The 2013 season may be winding down, but it's no time to throw in the towel. For some players, it's a chance to prove they belong in the big leagues. And for others, it's about taking the step from good player to great player. Such is the case for Jared Cozart, who heads into the final month looking to sharpen his tools and solidify the Astros rotation for years to come. Time to buckle down now and get better. Astros baseball starts now. From Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight it's Game 2 of this series between the Astros and the Minnesota Twins. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. Yesterday on Labor Day, the Twins got a grand slam in the ninth to beat the Astros 10-6. Tonight they face Jared Cozart, who has the lowest ERA of any Astros starting pitcher for his first 8 starts.
It's been amazing. A tremendous first start that he had against Tampa Bay. And since then, in my view, he has slipped a little bit in terms of command, but he still finds a way to get the job done time and time again.
Well, especially with men on base and men in scoring position, he gets tougher.
Boy, does he ever. Look at the numbers versus Major League Baseball. Runners on base, 193 mark against Cozart, and then runners in scoring position, a ridiculous 128. He has been phenomenal in this regard, but when you get to watch him game by game, you start to understand why a bit. You look at pitch locations, and he's been amazing. A tough pitch, man on third base gets an out at the plate as he gets that little roller back to the plate. Look at this location down and away on a right-hand hitter against the Blue Jays. Gets a force out at second base and just continues to set up good scenarios. Off the plate with the heater here against the White Sox and gets a ground out to end the inning. All of these with men in scoring position. And Jared Cozart will bust a bat or two as well as he'll come in on the hands with that cutter. A phenomenal pitch, just blows the bat up. Jared Cozart in 8 Major League starts has been phenomenal.
And this will be his second start against the Twins. Trevor Crowe has been contributing since coming off the shelf. We'll have more on Trevor and his return to the Astros lineup with Julia Morales next.
as they face off for the second game of this 3-game series, and the Astros looking to tie it up at 1 game apiece. Trevor Crowe in the starting lineup again for the 3rd straight day since he's been recalled. He played center field the first day, right field yesterday, and he will be in left field today. The Astros trying to just get a good look at him to see what he can do this last month of the season. Crowe missed a big portion of the year with a shoulder injury, so this could be another chance for him at a job next year. He started off his second stint here with the Astros pretty well with 2 hits in his first 2 at-bats. He was coming off a very nice month in AAA Oklahoma City, and it showed. Yesterday he was 1 for 4, drove in a run there, and so far doing what he thinks is necessary to play the game 1 more year. He's 29 years old. He'll turn 30 in the offseason. He said it could be that 1 at-bat that somebody sees that changes a team's mind or gives you a longer look, and then all of a sudden you have a role with the team. Trevor Crowe has been in this situation before. He was a free agent last year when he signed with the Houston Astros, and he will be a free agent coming up this offseason unless the Astros think that he has a chance to be on this club and help this team out in 2014. It's an important time for most of these guys, and they're going to do everything they can to win against the Twins tonight. Coming up, Jared Cozart on the mound, and the Astros looking to tie this series up. We'll have first pitch and lineups coming up after the break.
Find our fares online only at Southwest.com. And by Progressive. Visit Progressive.com today. Well, there is a possibility of rain here in Houston. It's the Astros and the Twins. Next to last game of the homestand, it'll be day baseball tomorrow at 1:10. And the Astros and Twins head out for their destinations. For the Astros, it'll be Oakland and Seattle on the upcoming road trip. Now, the Twins banged out that 10-6 win last night. Each club had 13 hits. Here's the lineup for tonight now for Ron Gardenhire. Alex Presley leads off. He's in center field. Darren Mastriani's in left. Brian Dozier at second base, having a good season. The cleanup man is the DH, Josh Willingham. It's Trevor Plouffe at third base. Chris Colabello, the big hero yesterday with the 9th-inning grand slam, is the first baseman. Oswaldo Arcias in right field. Osmeil Pinto is the catcher. And Pedro Florimon is the shortstop.
On the mound, 23-year-old right-hander Jared Cozart, his 9th major league start. The previous 8 have been fantastic. 1-1, 1.59 the ERA. One thing to watch tonight, the pitch count. The last couple of starts, 6 innings for Cozart, 113 and 112 pitches in those 2 starts. So in order for Jared to get deep into tonight's game, going to have to be able to cut down the pitch count.
He starts off against Alex Presley. Presley had a good ball game for the Twins with a couple of walks, and he takes strike one, just joining them in the trade with the Pittsburgh Pirates and just elevated to the major leagues after being in AAA. 278, 2 homers, 5 runs batted in. He was 0 for 3, but he did reach twice, and that's a successful ball game. He had 3 hits the day before against the Texas Rangers. Traded in the Justin Morneau deal. He's jammed on that one, fights it off, gets it into shallow center field. Jonathan Villar back for out number 1.
Defensively for the Astros tonight, Cody Clark behind the dish. Boy, he's done a heck of a job defensively around the infield, right to left. Chris Carter, Jose Altuve, Jonathan Villar, who just made the catch, and Brett Wallace in the outfield. Brandon Barnes in center, flanked by AT HOU in right, and Trevor Crowe gets the start in left.
Jared Cozart, a 1-1 record with a 1.59 ERA, making his 9th major league start. Goes to work on Mastriani. And that is strike 1. Sam Holbrook is behind the plate tonight.
That little cutter at 96 and perfectly spotted.
He has been the best Astro ever through his first 8 major league starts with Houston in terms of ERA. Foul back, but he's won only once. No balls, 2 strikes, and symptomatic of the Astros team with only 33 wins for their starting pitchers this season, 56 losses. And that one in the column yesterday of a 10-6 Minnesota win. A rough one for the Houston pitching staff, so we're not sure who would be the closer for tonight for the Astros. Bo Porter did not know before the game. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He probably did, but he wasn't saying. Josh Fields will not be pitching tonight. He did say that. Curveball makes it a 2-ball, 2-strike count on Mastriani. Darren, 28 years old, drafted by Toronto in 07. Minnesota picked him up on waivers prior to last season. He had 163 major league at bats last year for the Twins. It's a 3-ball, 2-strike count for Cozart. It's a second start against the Minnesota Twins, and that's important in evaluating a young pitcher. Ron Gardenhire and his club getting their second look at this young right-hander, so they have a little experience, a little knowledge of what he goes with. That's line and over Villar into left center field for a Mastriani hit. 1-out single. Cozart pitched very well in Minnesota August 2nd, 7 innings, 1 run, but got a no decision.
That cutter finds the very end of the bat as it's dunked just into shallow left field and just over a leaping Villar.
Now Brian Dozier, the second baseman, who set a club record for the Twins for homers by a second baseman with 16, has driven in 58. He has a 246 average. Dozier takes it, and it's ball 1. And he now has taken the first pitch in 27 straight plate appearances. As you see, he's hit .333 in the previous 26. Going 8 for 24 with a couple of walks. So it seems to be his hitting style. Take a pitch. He takes ball 2, and it's 2-0 to Dozier. Dozier hit a homer in the 5th inning yesterday. Also had a single, going 2 for 4 with a walk in the game. Gardenhire's Twins 13th in runs scored in the American League. That's a strike to Brian Dozier. He's played 122 games. Tim Tuffle had 14 homers in 157 games as the Twins second baseman in 84. Chuck Knobloch hit 13 in 96 and 153 games. So second base has not really been a power position for the Minnesota Twins down through the years. 2 balls, 2 strikes. And it's been tough to power one out on this young right-hander. Jarrett has allowed 1 home run in his first 51 major league innings. Two pitches hit foul and out of play. Cozart's been amazingly consistent in his last start at Chicago. He gave up 1 run in 6 innings. Got a no decision.
What's amazing about these Minnesota Twins, between 2002 and 2010, they took first place 6 of 9 seasons. Ball club that I don't think a lot of fans realize what success rate they've had.
And not with high payrolls. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
That's a good looking pitch from Cozart. Tries to get the inside edge, puts it right there, and just no call forthcoming.
Now second straight 3-2 count with Mastriani taking his lead off first. He goes. 3-2 pitches cranked to left field. Crow going back, Crow backing off the wall, and that one lands in the seats for a 2-run homer for Dozier. Number 17, and it's 2-0 Twins, giving Dozier 60 runs batted in. He extends his own club record for a second baseman. Only Robinson Cano has more extra base hits among Major League second basemen than Dozier. 17 homers, 30 doubles, and 4 triples for Dozier, 51 extra base hits.
Doesn't that just sum up how much just a close pitch, getting a call, can mean in terms of a difference in a ball game? If Cozart gets the previous pitch inside edge, he's got a second out and moves to the next hitter. Instead, doesn't get the call and gives up the home run, just the second he has allowed.
And now here's a ball to Altuve's left, hit by Josh Willingham, the DH, for out number 2. The Twins cranked out 4 long balls yesterday. Minnesota 12th in the American League in home runs. The Dozier blast was their 132nd.
There's the home run contact by Dozier. The head out. And got just enough. Second, third row in the Crawford boxes.
Trevor Plouffe follows. Plouffe, a 239 hitter, has gone deep 13 times. He's driven in 43. At strike 1 for Cozart. Plouffe 4 for 12 against Houston this season. He had 3 hits yesterday, including a homer. Curveball misses, and it's a 1-ball 1-strike count to Trevor Plouffe. From West Hills, California. He was a first-round pick in 04. Spent 8 years in the minors before he arrived. 1-2 in last year. He went deep 24 times with 55 runs batted in. Plouffe chases one, foul tips it for a strikeout. The Twins come away with 2 runs on 2 hits. They put up an early 2 spot. Second base. Trevor Crow in left field. Chris Carter at first base. Brett Wallace is the third baseman with the illness of Matt Dominguez. L.J. Ho's in right field. Brandon Barnes in center. Jonathan VR the shortstop, and Cody Clark the catcher.
Left-hander Pedro Hernandez on the hill. 24 years of age, 3-1 on the year and a 5.54 ERA, making his 8th start now, 10th appearance. So working a little out of the bullpen as well as doing some starting. 3-3 in the minor leagues this year with a nice 3.66 ERA. His last start coming against the Cleveland Indians.
He's well traveled, Ash.
And of note there in that Francisco Liriano deal coming over to Minnesota.
Began his career with San Diego. He was traded to the White Sox in the Carlos Quentin trade. Then you mentioned the Liriano deal. And he made one major league start last year for the White Sox. Now he goes to work on Grossman. Robbie looks at strike one. Robbie at 266 with 4 homers has driven in 21. Robbie last night was on 3 times, a double, a bunt single, and a walk. Looping this one to shallow center field. He's on this time with a single.
With Grossman aboard, that defense for the Minnesota Twins. Josmiel Pinto behind the plate, regarded as maybe a guy who could be the catcher in the future for Minnesota. Chris Colabello, yesterday's hero at first base. Brian Dozier at second, Pedro Florimon and Trevor Plouffe on the left side. In the outfield, Alex Presley in center, flanked by Oswaldo Arcia. He's in right, Darren Mastriani in left.
Jose Altuve has come alive these last couple of games with multi-hit efforts. Batting average has climbed to 275 with 4 homers, 43 runs batted in for Jose. He went 5 for 16 in the Seattle series. Currently on a 3-game hitting streak. Grounds one on one hop. Plouffe firing to second. And there's the relay to first by Dozier. 5-4-3 double play.
Plouffe got rid of this ball quickly without a man at second base and just kind of threw it over the bag, trusting his second baseman to get there. And they had some smiles after the play about it.
Twins have turned 156 double plays. That leads the American League. Hernandez now faces Trevor Crowe. 218 for Trevor, 1 homer, 6 runs batted in. Back in that lineup now on a consistent basis after coming back from AAA Oklahoma City. 2 for 4 in yesterday's game. Crowe, the switch hitter, backs away after ball 1. The Astros are 0-4 against Minnesota. It's a 2-ball, no strike count. Pedro Hernandez is one of 74 current major league players from Venezuela on rosters, either an active 25-man major league roster or a disabled list in the majors. Fouled away. Colabello over for a look, and it's a 2-ball, 1 strike count to Trevor Crowe. Trevor on this 4-game hitting streak has tied a career high. We've seen quite a few Twins fans in the area.
Which do you think she'd more readily give up, the baseball or the hot dog?
Baseball.
That's the way I was seeing it too.
Inside for a ball. 3-1. See what the negotiations are here.
Would you like some mustard with that baseball?
Keeping both. She might have been bargaining for fries with that. Fly ball out to center field, backing on it Presley. And just at the edge of the warning track. It's out number 3 on an 8-pitch first inning for Pedro Hernandez with a 2-0 Twins lead.
Astros experience via computer, smartphone, or tablet. Get in-depth stats and join the social buzz. Fan Game Live only on CSNHouston.com. Unfortunately, it's been a catcher carousel for the Houston Astros due to a lot of injuries, but this is the same pitcher-catcher duo that we saw for the Astros 6 days ago. Cody Clark catching Jared Cozart, and Clark very impressed with Cozart. They worked together a lot in AAA. Clark told me that Cozart got in a little trouble in the beginning of his last start, and then he was excellent. He used the word excellent. He said he really likes the cutter that Cozart likes to use, that he doesn't always know it's coming, but it's a very solid out pitch, guys.
There's ball one to Colabello. Had the big day yesterday with a game-winning grand slam in the ninth and another homer. 193, 6 home runs, 13 runs batted in for the 29-year-old rookie Chris Colabello. And it's been a big story around Minnesota what he's done. 1 ball, 1 strike. Being recalled from AAA Rochester. And he became the first player in the history of the franchise since it was in Washington in 1901 to hit 2 homers in a game, including a go-ahead grand slam in the 9th inning or later. Curve, it's ball 2.
Opposite field. That's home run number 1 yesterday for Colabello. And where does he go for the second? Same spot. Takes a high heater and just drives it out into the bullpen. And it's a pretty good day for a guy who was playing independent ball not long ago.
Last pitch was a strike rather than a ball, so it's 1-2. Yeah, he was the International League MVP. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes, and he was very patient, we understand, with the media after the game yesterday. Talked at length, answered everybody's questions. His teammates were saying, hey, the bus is leaving.
Not without me, it isn't.
Curveball's hit to shortstop, Jonathan Villar. 1 out for Cozart. So the 2-run homer he allowed in the first, a real rarity. In fact, the most runs he's given up in any game is 3 in 6 innings at Texas, August 20th. Oswaldo Arce is the batter. The right fielder at 254 with 10 homers has driven in 32. Third among rookies in home runs. Wonder who the rookie of the year will be in the American League. Might not be a position player because there's nobody who's really put together respectable totals for that rookie of the year award among the position players. Nick Franklin was just here with Seattle, and he was leading all rookies in homers with 12 and runs batted in with 41. Probably will be a pitcher this year. Grounded foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Could be somebody like Chris Archer of Tampa Bay. He had a rough start last night, but he is the ERA leader among rookies at 3.14. But Martin Perez also looks like a good candidate. He's 1-8 for Texas with a 3.58 ERA.
Bet you if you polled Major League Baseball people about which rookie they think might have the largest impact toward the future, it might be Jared Cozart.
This is start number 9 for him. From League City and traded by the Philadelphia Phillies to the Astros. He grew up an Astros fan. Curveball, and that is an appeal to third. A check swing call by Joe West, making it 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Well, let's see what this bat does here. Looked like it got out there reasonably, but he does hold it back. Nice job. Joe West, as usual, gets it right.
Cozart went to Clear Creek High School. He signed a letter of intent to go to the University of Missouri, but the Phillies waved enough money in front of him to sign him after drafting him in 08, and then he was traded to the Astros July 29th of 2011 along with first baseman Jonathan Singleton for Hunter Pence.
Got to find a way to stay away from these 3-ball counts.
Yeah, the pitch count 31 so far for Jared Cozart. Bo Porter was asked who his closer would be, and he said, I'm not sure. And then he was asked, could it be somebody who's in the rotation? And he said, possibly. So we'll watch the bullpen if that opportunity arises. There's the 1-out walk to Arcia, because Jordan Lyles has been called upon a couple of times to work in relief between starts. But Lyles is due to be the starter tomorrow at 1:10 against Liam Hendricks of Minnesota.
Of course, Lyles has played that game before.
He sure has. Came in Chicago against the White Sox with the bases loaded and got the final out to get a save. Josmil Pinto, 2 for 4 with 1 RBI, made his debut Sunday. And the Twins are very impressed with this young man. There's ball 1. Joe Mauer's on the disabled list with a concussion, so Pinto getting a chance here after making his debut day before yesterday. With those numbers you saw, his first major league hit was a double off former Astro Travis Blackley in the 5th. He was recalled prior to the August 31st game because of the Justin Morneau trade. Strike to him, makes it 1-1, but has excellent defensive tools. And also this year at AAA Rochester, Pinto hit .308, 23 doubles, 14 homers, 68 runs batted in. He walked 64 times and struck out 71 times. All excellent numbers. 2 balls and a strike. He's another native Venezuelan. So the entire Minnesota Twins battery born in Venezuela. It's ball 3 and it's 3-2. The Astros, as you know, have had a presence in that country for many years, and they cranked out top-notch talent from Venezuela. They pulled back though some years ago, and then they've reestablished their presence in that country. They were worried about the political climate there. 3 balls, 2 strikes. But now they're going full bore in Venezuela. Pinto is just 23. He played at Fort Myers in Class A Florida State League action last year, and then 47 at bats at AA New Britain. Runner goes on 3-2, and there's a line shot. SBR into left field, but the runner can't get to third. The ball hit sharply by Pinto. Arcia to second. It's first and second, 1 out for Pedro Florimon now.
Yeah, the numbers at the minor league level this year for Pinto would indicate that he is ready for the big leagues, and this at bat against Jared Cozart would follow that up very nicely. He's hanging it out.
He hit it on the button. VR went sailing through the air, but that ball was pretty well struck. Now Doug Brocail out, hoping that Florimon might be able to hit a double play ball somewhere. And Cozart has been good at that. In fact, coming into this game, he had 71 ground ball outs, 43 in the air. Batting average just 158 with 2 men on base. And he's had 11 double play balls on the ground. Left-handed batters were 0 for their last 25 against him coming into this game. Strike 1 as Florimon swings over the top of that one. Florimon with 8 homers, 39 runs batted in, carries a .228 batting average. He had 2 hits and 2 runs batted in and stole a base yesterday. He looks at that one for a ball. Florimon is 26 years old. He's from the Dominican Republic. A waiver claim from Baltimore by the Twins. There you have the left-handed batters, 0 for their last 25. They're hitting 189 for the season against Cozart. That one took off. Looks down at the mound. 2 balls, 1 strike.
That's the first pitch so far for Cozart this evening that just felt like it had no real intent. Things were not synced up well. Mound obviously something that Cozart is looking at. to this point, though, I haven't felt like, despite all the 3-ball counts, that Jared is really struggling. And yet, now we look at another 3-ball count.
It's number 5 in the 3-ball count department. Pitch count at 42 for the game after 1 1/3 innings. That's strike 2, and we go full again.
There's one hitter after another.
Cozart, since he made his major league debut, leads the American League in ERA and is second in the majors since July 12th. Bouncer first, and Carter takes a look. We'll take the out there. Round number 2, Arcia to third, Pinto to second. 2 outs, and it's Presley now.
I think that pitch gives you a peek at why Cozart has been so effective against left-hand hitters. That little cutter gets in on the hand so well, very much like Mariano Rivera.
Now Brett Wallace comes in at third.
Little cutter just works its way in on the hands and surprises hitters.
Runners at second and third, and Wallace is in tight for Presley. Presley popped to short. He looks at ball 1. Cozart has been one of the highest ranked Astros minor leaguers the last couple of years. He was number 4 by MLB.com among Astros prospect rankings coming into this season. Could become the leader of this staff in time. Strike there makes it 1-1, and the Astros are really taking a long look at these rookie starting pitchers. Since July 12th, when Jared came up, and as you can see, opponents 0 for their last 16 with 2 outs and runners in scoring position. It's been quite a force of Cozart, Brad Peacock, Brett Oberholzer, Paul Clemens. They've combined for the 2.40 ERA. It's a 2-ball, 1-strike count.
Well, now it's starting to feel like a struggle, obviously, for Jared. Back in the first inning, looked like he was spotting it quite well, just didn't catch a break or two. But the deeper he gets in these counts, the more it seems like it perpetuates.
Now 3-1 to Presley.
You would think with the numbers indicating that he's torn up left-hand hitters, he'd want to go right after Presley.
Mastriani on deck. Presley's from Monroe, Louisiana, went to the University of Mississippi. He looks at it, it's a strike, and now another full count.
He's boring that fastball right on the inside edge, on the hands of the lefty.
6 full counts already for Cozart.
Won't last long playing that game.
And it's line foul. The Indians lead the Orioles 1-0 in Cleveland. They're in the top of the 6th inning. Ubaldo Jimenez shutting out Baltimore. Bud Norris won a big game for the Orioles last night in Cleveland. Phillies and Nationals are playing in Philadelphia. Nationals lead it 4-2. They're in the bottom of the 4th. Taking a look, Brett Wallace. This ball will go back out of play.
Get these guys like Cozart, and there aren't many of them with a mid-90s fastball as a starter and carry it all the way through a ball game. But bring that kind of stuff and you get a lot of deep counts, a lot of foul balls. Hitters can't center it up, and it just wears on you and gets you out of the ball game way too early.
That's line foul. This is a long at bat for Presley.
That ball was pretty well centered up. line drive will change your perspective on things.
This will be the 9th pitch coming to Presley. That AL East race finds Boston 5.5 in front of Tampa Bay, 7.5 in front of Baltimore, 8 in front of New York. Tampa Bay's lost 5 in a row. That's strike 3. And Cozart is able to escape with strikeout number 2, getting him out of a second inning jam. No runs a hit, 2 left, 2-0 Twins.
'15th is Dog Day at Minute Maid Park, brought to you by Purina. Bring your canine companion along to watch the Astros take on the Angels and enjoy a ton of dog-friendly activities. Get your dog's ticket by calling 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com. Plenty of doggy seating available.
Well, they watched the Astros come up here in the last of the second inning. The Astros now have gone 153 at bats since their last home run. They trail 2-0. Chris Carter leads it off in the home second inning. Carter with 26 homers leads the club. He also has 72 runs batted in to lead, and he's hitting .217. He rips this one high to left field, and that one is a no-doubter. Chris Carter has gotten 1 run back in a hurry. Number 27 for Carter, 73 runs batted in, and it's 2-1.
It's been said many times, but when you hit it that high and far, that kind of a shot should account for more than 1 run. How about this guy? All the strikeouts, and then you see these swings, 27 of them this year. And it kind of brings you back to what Chris Carter can be all about. That is legit.
That's the most any Astros hit in a season since Lance Berkman and Carlos Lee in '08. Now there is strike 1 to Brett Wallace, playing third base tonight. Matt Dominguez is ill. Carter joining that kind of company for the first time in 5 years with that many homers by an Astro. Carlos Lee hit 28 in '08. Lance Berkman hit 29 that year. And .226 for Wallace, 12 homers. He's driven in 30. Dozier gets in front of it, falls to a knee, and gets up for out number 1.
Do you like the long ball? Then take a look at this. See ya. Huh. I mean, that's getting all of it with a nice, easy swing.
High off the tracks out there.
I'd probably keep the train off that section of the tracks for a little while
might want to reroute it. There's strike one to L.J. Hose. 263 for L.J. 1 homer, 5 runs batted in. He's hit 121 for the last 8 games. 1 ball, 1 strike. The conductor, Bobby Dynamite, is in hiding out there.
Well, he should be.
He's burrowing into the orange crate. If you see any legs up in the air, you'll know he's trying to dig a little bit deeper. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two and two. Carter might seriously dent that thing the way he hits.
Yeah, he's putting a pretty good assault on 30 for the year.
Hose is down on strikes. That's strikeout number 1 for Hernandez. Brandon Barnes comes up. Brandon with a 239 average has 6 homers. He's driven in 31. Hernandez came up at the end of August to replace Samuel Deduno on the 25-man roster after Deduno went on the DL. This is the 3rd stint with the Twins for Hernandez. Barnes out to second base. Dozier to make it 3 straight after the home run by Carter makes it 2-1 Twins.
Faith and Family Night is back Saturday, September 14th. The Astros take on Mike Trout and the LA Angels of Anaheim, followed by an inspiring post-game concert featuring David Crowder. Your game ticket is also your ticket to the concert. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets, guys.
Thanks, Julia. Well, we were all looking around on the field for Matt Pagnazzi, and there we finally saw him. He arrived today. Had kind of a whirlwind existence overnight. The Astros trading with the Atlanta Braves to get Matt Pagnazzi. Darren Mastriani with a foul ball. There's strike 1. He singled and then scored on the Dozier 2-run homer in the first. So the Astros getting Matt Pagnazzi, who's the nephew of Tom Pagnazzi, former Cardinal catcher, into a Houston uniform with their situation at catcher requiring that they add somebody. And as you know, the AAA clubs in the playoffs starting tomorrow night, AA clubs in the playoffs starting tomorrow night, and so on down the line. So they didn't want to rob any of those playoff bound teams, and they picked up Matt Pagnazzi from the Braves. His AAA season at Gwinnett had just ended. Jason Castro has a cyst on his knee, and you might remember that he left the game last night and we weren't sure, and the announcement was made he had a right knee sprain. Well, actually it is a cyst on his right knee and not thought to be serious at all. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and Jason will be on a day-to-day basis, but he's not available tonight. So fortunately, Pagnozzi was able to get here from Georgia. Fly ball out to center field. Barnes comes in for it after breaking back and still moving in for the catch.
So the two hot bats, Jason Castro and Matt Dominguez, both ailing this evening.
It's a good point, Ash. Yeah, Jason there, and he should be able to deal with that cyst, but not sure how much he's going to play from here on out. The way he's been hitting, especially with the month of August, the Astros certainly would like to see him stay in there quite a bit and finish up strong. He's working with the hitting coach, John Maley, right there.
I'm not sure at this stage of things that I'd want to hear a whole lot swing the bat the way Castro is. Just forget everything around you and just keep swinging it the way you are.
Strike to Brian Dozier. Dozier ripped the 2-run homer in the first inning. It's 1-1. The Astros Tri-City team now has clinched its division title. So that gives them a 6th minor league playoff team. First time ever in the organization's history. 6 minor league teams have gone to postseason play.
Well, now it's been a pretty successful season.
Yeah, you were waiting for number 6 before you would proclaim it so.
What a year.
That's something. That's a looper out to left center field. Trevor Crowe over for it. 2 outs. And now we're being told on the announcement from Gene Dyes it's the first time any organization has had 6 minor league playoff teams.
Jared Cozart and what he brings to the plate. First time through, 80% with the fastball, and mixes in the other pitches a bit. Second time through, a bit less to 66, and shaves it off even more the third time through the order. So tends to run away from that fastball. Maybe a little loss of velocity getting deep in the ball game, or maybe just that theory that they've seen this pitch and now let's show that the hitter's a little something else.
And that's off the plate to Willingham. Ball 1. Jeff Luhnow was telling us during batting practice he's going to be headed for Corpus Christi for their playoff opener tomorrow night. He'll hook up with the club on the road trip after watching a couple of games for the Hooks. First 2 games at home, Wednesday and Thursday for the Hooks against San Antonio. And Carlos Corcoran will be headed there too. It's 3-0. Carlos is going to be DHing tomorrow night in game 1 of the playoffs, and then he'll catch game 2, he was telling us. David Stearns, Jeff Luhnow, oh, those guys have a right to be proud of what the minor league clubs have done this year. There's a 4-pitch walk to Willingham. Second walk for Cozart.
Get yourself a couple of quick outs to start the 3rd inning and then go to walking people. It's just not a good formula for getting deep in this ball game. 66 pitches already.
Trevor Plouffe struck out in the first inning. 7-3 ball counts now in this game for Jarrett. And he throws ball 1 there. Tri-City won 6-3 at home over Brooklyn to clinch that playoff spot. Tri-City 44-31. Clark, VR, and Cozart talk it over. 67 pitches into the game for Jarrett. And it's the deciding playoff game of the best-of-3 series for Greenville tonight at Kingsport. Tied at 1 in playoff games. Kingsport leads at 2-0, bottom of the 6th. That's cracked out to left field over Crowe. Crowe watches it go up into the seats for another 2-run homer for the Twins. Plouffe hits number 14, and a couple of 2-run homers give them a 4-1 lead in this game. That's 45 runs batted in for Trevor Plouffe.
So when you're struggling throwing strikes, guess what the hitters are going to look for? And if they're looking for that fastball, get one where they can handle it, have a chance to put a very good swing on it, and that's what Trevor Plouffe does. Yeah, that's a location every hitter would love to get. It's right through the heart, and mid-90s, that speeds up the bat anyway. center it up. You got yourself a long home run.
Quite a series for Plouffe so far. That's his 4th hit and his 2nd home run in this series. And now a 4-1 lead with Colabello batting. He fouls it for strike 1.
Again, the first 2 hitters retired nice and easily here in the 3rd inning. Then the walk.
Colabello made his debut on the 22nd of May. 1 ball, 1 strike. Had a walk-off triple against Seattle June 1st. Twins have won 60. They've lost 76. That's the most runs Cozart has allowed in a major league game now. 4. That's taken to right field toward the line. AT HOU's on the run. It gets by him, goes off the wall. And that's an extra base hit for Colabello. A double for him, number 2 of the season. Hit number 5 for the Twins. Phone call goes down to the bullpen.
Colabello is trying to turn this series into a way to be a fixture in this lineup for Minnesota. He's got some pop the other way.
Sure does. Now with Arcia coming up next, the bullpen gets busy. This visit will buy some time for Lucas Harrell to get loose. Arcia, who drew a walk in the 2nd inning. One of the young Twins. He's 22 years old. There's Harrell warming. And Arcia is another Venezuelan-born Twin. Well, the bullpen came into play quite a lot last night with 4 different relievers combining. They worked a total of 5 1/3 innings. Arcia is 5 for 12 against Houston pitching. He looks at it, and it's strike 1 for Cozart. Fouled away. It's no balls, 2 strikes. The Yankees are trailing the White Sox in Yankee Stadium 3-1. They're in the middle of the 6th inning. Yankees have worked their way back into the wild card picture. But they're 8 games behind Boston. But they have series coming up. Have 2 series coming up with the Red Sox. They get to play Baltimore again and Tampa Bay. So they can work their way up the ladder in the wild card race if they can keep winning. Just coming off a 17-8 stretch, which ties their best stretch of the season. Hiroki Kuroda is on the mound for them tonight, but Chris Sale is pitching better for the White Sox. Arcia's down on strikes. The Twins get 2 runs on 2 hits. That strikeout number 3 for Cozart. It's 4-1 Minnesota.
Today, it's from Skipper Bo Porter, talking about young players on his team. These guys understand the opportunity that is in front of them, that we're going to give them a chance to show us whether or not they factor into our plans next year. September can be a big month for players, and Brownie and Ash, Jason Castro, Matt Dominguez, two guys that used September of last year to put themselves in good position for spring training. Castro was talking about saying getting consistent playing time last September boosted his confidence. You know, he missed a lot of time with that knee injury last year. And he also mentioned Robbie Grossman being one of the guys that jumps out to him right now. He's building confidence and a strong foundation in this final month of the season. Back to you.
Thanks, Julia. It's a 4-1 game. The Twins lead it. Pedro Hernandez on the mound. Jonathan Villar will be the first man he faces in the home third inning. Villar at 2:59 will be followed by Cody Clark. Villar has no homers. He's driven in 3.
Yeah, I completely agree with that assessment that Julia talks about with Robbie Grossman. The question I would ask is Robbie Grossman a left fielder? Is he a corner outfielder, or does he ultimately have to be a center fielder?
Ball 1 to Villar.
Generally, you're looking from those corner outfielders for the big guys that hit a lot of home runs, drive-in runs. It's not always true. J.B. Shuck with the Angels. Great example of the opposite this year.
He sure is. Ground ball goes foul.
And a guy who could get a lot of consideration for that Rookie of the Year award.
Yep. 1-1 to Villar. Right-handed hitters have hit .346 against Pedro Hernandez. Villar is hitting exactly the same left and right. And he tried to check and did check on appeal to the first base umpire, Andy Fletcher. 2-1. Mets lead the Braves 1-0. They're in the bottom of the 7th in Atlanta. That's line into left center field. Good swing of the bat by Villar. Hit number 3 for the Astros. He's hustling into second. Here's the relay, and he is out. Oh, that's going to hurt. He thought he could catch the Twins in a lapse, and he got thrown out at second base for out number 1.
Jonathan Villar got caught yesterday coming off of third base on a ground ball to the third baseman. And we made the comment that it really comes down to a young player, any player, who has that kind of confidence in his legs, his ability to make things happen. Sometimes you just overextend, and I feel like that's what happened again here. Jonathan Villar just oversizes up the opportunity.
Cody Clark looks at ball 1. Eduardo Perez talking with Villar. Clark is 0 for 13 as a major league batter. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count.
Can't fault a guy generally for trying to make things happen. You just have to do it with intelligence.
Yeah, we were talking about that last night with an aggressive player like Villar.
And you love that aggressiveness.
You really want to allow him to remain aggressive but be smart about it.
You know, and then again, to be fair, Jonathan Villar may have felt like, I've got this. And I'm sure he does so much of the time. He's been, I would imagine, successful at every level he's played at, playing with all that aggressiveness.
Strikeout, that's number 2. Take another look at it here, Ash.
See what Jonathan Villar might have seen. He just hangs out the shot. That part is great. Now a little bit of a lackadaisical style in center field. Let's go ahead and make him look bad. But in the end, bang, bang, they're able to get him. And again, just grading the paper a bit too high. You're down 4-1 early in the ball game. You know, I like the fact that he saw a center fielder not really hustling to get the ball back in. But you still can't allow that out to happen on that play.
That's right. Grossman takes, and it's ball 1. So the play went 8-6-4 on Villar. Grossman singled his first time up to right field. Garcia with the catch, and it's no runs a hit, nobody left after 3. 4-1 Twins. in a single and catch Presley in a lapse in the outfield, and then he came off the field. Bench coach Eduardo Perez came over and talked with him briefly. Now he is being removed from this ball game and being replaced at shortstop by Marwin Gonzalez for the 4th inning. Osmeil Pinto leads it off in the 4th. He singled to left earlier, and that's ball 1.
Now, if it's deemed that this helps set in the mind of Jonathan Villar that you don't make mental mistakes, then you hope it turns out to be a big positive. Generally speaking, when a guy gets taken from a ball game, it's for lack of hustle.
It's 3-0 to Pinto.
But clearly, mistakes have to stop on this club.
Well, when you're down 4-1, you lose on a leadoff single. You lose a base runner on a bad base running decision. That makes it difficult. Pinto takes a 4-pitch walk, and that's the 3rd walk for Kozar. Florimon comes up next. He grounded out to Carter at first in the 2nd inning with 2 men on. Lucas Harrell again warming up for the Astros. The Twins as a team have hit .229 with runners in scoring position. That's the lowest figure in the American League. And there's strike 1. They have scored 1 run more than the Astros for the season coming into this game tonight. It's 1-1. Max Scherzer has a chance to be 20-1. And he would be the first pitcher since Roger Clemens in 2001 to be 20-1. Detroit currently is trailing, though, at Boston 2-1 in the middle of the 7th.
Pretty good formula for Scherzer. He's pitched great baseball, and he pitches for the best scoring unit in the American League. Pretty good combination.
Well, tonight he's pitching well, 6 innings, 2 earned runs, but John Lester is doing better. 7 innings, 1 earned run. 1-2 to Florimon. And he struck him out. That's number 4.
Well, you look at the combination of pitches for Jared Kozar. Even if you stop at fastball mid-90s, legit, all the way through a start, and that over-the-top curveball, wicked combination.
He hasn't thrown his changeup very much this season, but that's an emerging pitch for him. Alex Presley's 0 for 2.
I hope he throws it enough to make it emerging.
But what percentage of the time would you say you would like to see him throw the changeup?
You know, I guess it always depends on the pitcher. When you've got a guy who throws this hard, you wouldn't want to waste your time throwing it 25% of the time, anything like that. But I probably would like to see something that approaches maybe 10%. Key situations, 1-0, 2-1, when you can throw it for a strike.
0-2 to Presley.
That's when you get hitters to lay off your fastball a little bit.
It's a tight one in Cincinnati. Reds 1, Cardinals nothing in the bottom of the 7th inning. Cincinnati has just scored to break a scoreless tie. Michael Wacha went the first 6 for St. Louis. Homer Bailey's in there for the Reds. And a swing by Presley and a strikeout. That's number 5. Well, let's check in on the races. There's only one for the division title. That's the NL Central. 15-game lead for the Braves, 12.5-game lead for the Dodgers. In the Central, it's tight. Pirates 1 ahead of St. Louis, 3.5 ahead of Cincinnati.
No fold in the Pirates yet.
No. Mastriani's the batter. He's 1 for 2. There's ball 1. The Pirates are 80-57. So if they win one more, that guarantees that they will not have a losing season. They've had 20 straight losing seasons. Foul back, 1-1. Things very exciting around Pittsburgh, as you would imagine. And they've really repaid that home crowd by going 45-25 at PNC Park. But nonetheless, with just a one-game lead on St. Louis, the difference between winning the division and finishing with a wild card spot with a one-game playoff, that's immense. 2 balls and a strike. Would you handicap? Would you pick one of those 3 over the other right now?
No, I haven't looked at remaining schedules for the ball clubs. The Pirates just seem to be right now quite resilient. So I don't know. And they've made acquisitions. Marlon Byrd, Justin Morneau. Maybe they're strong enough.
Altuve calls for it in shallow center and makes the play. And after a leadoff walk, the next 3 are retired. 4-1 Twins.
For Minnesota here on the evening. Jose Altuve leads it off, and Altuve last night had himself, or yesterday afternoon, had himself a big ball game. A few hits on the night, and really had to extend himself on the bases a little too much here, a little bit like VR here this evening. VR hanging out the line shot and tries to take advantage of Presley, not really hustling it in, but a good relay to the bag. And VR thrown out, so a couple of Astros caught trying to stretch a single into a double here the last couple of ball games, and VR pays the price here this evening. Mistakes have got to stop for this club.
Trying to make something happen. It didn't work out. Altuve, who bounced into a 5-4-3 double play, leads it off here in the 4th inning. Crow and Carter to follow. Altuve now, he hit the first pitch thrown to him in the 1st inning. He's had 76 one-pitch at-bats this year. Strike 1 from Pedro Hernandez. Hernandez missing, and it's a 1-ball 1-strike count. Final game of the season series starts tomorrow at 1:10. Jordan Lyles against Liam Hendricks. It's a 2-ball 1-strike count. Right-handed hitters have been really doing a number on the breaking pitches of Pedro Hernandez lately. That's foul back, and it's a 2-ball 2-strike count. In fact, right-handed hitters have a .615 slugging percentage against this lefty this year. But he's shooting for a 4-1 record. field. And reaching the left fielder Mastriani came up with it right in front of the bullpen wall on the run. Darren Mastriani robbing Altuve for out number 1. Lost his belt.
That was your basic belt buster play. And let's I've never seen this. Let's go ahead and swap with the bullpen guys. I don't know. How do you bust a belt making a play in left center field?
Quite a play.
Just a good thing he didn't have to slide any further on that warning track, apparently. Bullpen mate says, "You all right?" "Yeah, everything except for the belt."
Trevor Crow's the batter. Crow hit a fly ball to center on a 3-1 pitch in the first inning. Crow takes ball 1. Good work out there in the bullpen. Quick thinking. Surrender a belt to a teammate. Pitchers will gladly do anything they can to lose a belt by the other team.
There is no I in lending your belt to a teammate.
2-1.
Say, you wouldn't happen to have some Grey Poupon and a belt, would you?
Yeah, brother in need. Sure. You can use it for a few innings. It's 3 balls, no strikes. Quite a catch by Mastriani. Indians 4, Orioles nothing. They're in the top of the 7th in Cleveland. Indians need that game. 3-1. Terry Francona's club is 72-65. And just falling back in the wild card race lately. Currently 7 games out of the wild card lead. That's out to center field. Caught by Presley for out number 2. And Carter will bat. Chris hit one a long way to left field for home run number 27.
You know, those Indians you just mentioned playing well over 500 a year ago finished 68-94, 20 games back. Very nice turnaround for that club.
Well, they've already won 72. Yeah, good turnaround. Not only bringing in Terry Francona, but also picking up some veteran players who have helped them. There's ball 1. Astros still have a series left in Cleveland. It's 2 balls, no strikes.
4 gamer. Are you going to join us?
Nope.
Okay.
But you'll have fun.
Some fans of these clubs having fun. The Red Sox have tried to take that race out of things. I think the Tigers have already done that.
2 balls, 1 strike to Carter. Now 3-1. Hernandez works quickly here.
Yes, he does.
Marlins and Cubs are scoreless. Bottom of the 4th inning. Royals 2, Mariners nothing. Middle of the 5th. Alex Gordon hit his 16th. Ground ball 3rd. Floof. Makes it a 1-2-3-4 thanks to the great play by Mastriani. 4-1 Twins.
Toyota dealer. Who holds the Minnesota Twins record for most innings pitched and complete games in a single season? Well, that seems like an easy one for me.
You going with Bert Blyleven?
I've got to.
Okay.
You wouldn't deviate from that, would you?
No. Jim Cott had some good years.
Yeah.
Now we've had a change on the mound for Bo Porter. Jared Cozart coming out after 90 pitches, 50 were strikes. Lucas Harrell moves in, 1-4 in relief, a 6.94 ERA. Overall this season, Lucas is 6-15 with a 5.81.
You see some of the numbers indicate a rough season for Lucas. 6.94 that ERA. Far more hits than innings pitched. These are the relief appearance numbers. Strikeouts to walks. That's not a good combo.
He worked in yesterday's game, an inning and a third, giving up 3 hits and a run, allowing a Dozier homer. And Dozier faces him here and takes strike one. Dozier hit a homer in this one too.
Love to have about a 3-to-1 ratio strikeouts to walks, but when it goes 1-to-3, probably going in the wrong direction.
It's 1-1 for Cozart. 4 innings, 5 hits, 4 runs, 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Jared throwing 90 pitches, 50 were strikes. It's a 1-ball 2-strike count for Harrell. Working back-to-back days in relief. He threw 21 pitches yesterday afternoon. Right? It's 2-2. Got a quick pace going. Line to shortstop, caught by Marwin Gonzalez, 1 out.
Yeah, Lucas will get you that nice quick pace if he can throw strikes. It could be a very different experience than what he's had this year.
Josh Willingham comes to the plate. He grounded out in the first, walked and scored on the 2-run homer by Plouffe in the third. Willingham takes a look at it, and it's ball 1. He had knee surgery earlier this year. So we sidetracked him. That just missed. It looked pretty good.
Where exactly did that just miss?
Boy, couldn't tell you.
That's ideal. Knees out over the edge.
Now 3 balls, no strikes with Plouffe on deck. Travel day tomorrow for the Astros. They head for Oakland after the 1:10 start. That's a 4-pitch walk to Willingham. That's the 4th walk of the game for Astros pitching. They walked 9 yesterday. Well, Porter, Doug Brocail hoping for a double play ball here. It's Plouffe batting. Plouffe is 1 for 2, a 2-run homer. You ever heard that name before, Plouffe?
Never outside of Trevor and the Minnesota Twins. It's not exactly in the running to go against Mickey Mantle for greatest baseball name of all time. Hank Aaron.
Yeah. Ted Williams.
Yeah. Of course, there's always the Bambino, the Babe.
Lou Gehrig.
Ooh, that's a great one. And then how about the nickname, the Iron Horse?
Yeah. Strike makes it 2-1. The Sultan of Swat.
Mr. October. Reggie Jackson.
The fire hydrant.
Who is that one?
I don't know. I think we could go with Walt No-Neck Williams, maybe.
I thought it was going to be some catcher.
No. Line shot into right field. Plouffe has a hit. And here first to third goes Willingham. And he makes it as the throw is cut off.
Astros Trivia brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. The answer to our question, who holds the Twins record for the most innings pitched and complete games in a single season? It's got to be Bert Blyleven, right?
Yeah.
Of course. 1973, 325 innings. I don't think that's going to happen with many guys this year. 25 complete games. I think most will come up a tad shy on that one as well.
25 complete games.
Pretty good curveball there. Not exactly what you'd call 12-6. But the more you drop it out to the side, the easier it is to throw for a strike.
They want Bert to circle them. That's what he does on Twins television, but he's not here. So they won't get circled tonight unless Roy Smalley decides to circle them.
I'm sure Bert's at home circling folks.
Chris Colabello. Double to right field, 1 for 2 in this game. We need to explain that he takes the telestrator and he draws a circle around these people.
Goes all John Madden on him.
Yeah, that's how he uses the telestrator. Not to describe intricate cutoff plays, but to circle fans.
No boom involved.
No, but it's fun. So they're thinking that Bert is going to circle them, and Bert is not here to circle them.
I'm sure they feel circled at the moment. So
maybe you should circle them.
Well, you know, my telestrator has been broken down for a while.
Okay.
I do have a nice pencil, though.
Well, I'm sure we could arrange something graphically to circle these people, right? You know, they're disappointed, Ash. Came all the way here to support their Twins, and they're not going to be circled.
Oh, they just simply came to be circled. That's selfish.
Colabello looks at strike 2. It's 1-2. You should come up with something like that.
Give me a telestrator and I'll work on something. But don't take my pencil away.
Six hits for the Twins, 3 for the Astros. No errors in the game. Minnesota has left 4. Colabello's down on strikes. Harrell gets out, number 2, and now it's Arcia coming up.
Yeah, this is where the sinker should be. Keep it down there. Can do that. Lucas Harrell could become that guy he was a year ago.
Arcia has walked and he's struck out. Royals lead the Mariners 3-0 at the end of 5. The Royals beat the Mariners with King Felix yesterday. They're facing Erasmo Ramirez tonight with Bruce Chen on the mound. There's ball 1. Erasmo has pretty good stuff. We were fairly well impressed with him the other night. Or at least you may not have been.
No, I was.
Okay.
I was. I was also impressed with how quickly the Twins could get him out of town after that game.
1 ball, 1 strike. I thought maybe you were circling somebody over there.
I was. Trevor Plouffe.
You just like saying that name. One ball, 2 strikes. What's the weirdest baseball name you can remember that was so unlike a baseball name that it made you laugh?
Give me a second to chew on this one. Let me see.
Boots has the nomination. Biff Pocoroba.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Biff from Back to the Future, Pocoroba.
Yeah. 2 balls and 2 strikes. How about Frenchie Bordegaray?
Never heard of that one. You're just making that one up.
You're on to me. Swing and a miss. Arcia has struck out. That's number 2 for Harrell, and it's no runs a hit. 2 men left. It is 4-1 Twins. Sportsnet is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go to downtown Minute Maid Park, where it's Twins 4, Astros 1. Bottom of the 5th inning, and Pedro Hernandez needs to go 5 to qualify for the win. There's something wrong here, Ash, with this computer. It's not finding any results for a search for the name Frenchie Bordegaray.
Yeah, like I said, you make up stuff. The internet just doesn't even play around with just made ups. Oh, that's right, it does. Sorry.
You can go there. Pedro Hernandez has been backed by a couple of homers. Dozier with a 2-run first inning shot. Plouffe a 2-run homer in the 3rd. It's 4-1. Brett Wallace leads it off in the home 5th inning. He grounded to second in the 2nd. That is strike 1. Wallace playing 3rd tonight, and he hasn't played 3rd in a while. Matt Dominguez was ill when he came to the ballpark today. The plan was to send him home. 1 ball and 1 strike. Day game coming tomorrow at 1:10. Hopefully he can get some rest and feel a whole lot better for that one. And then it's travel day too, Ash.
I'm keenly aware.
Well,
have you packed your bag?
No, but it's no fun to travel when you're ill.
Are you trying to play the part of an ailing broadcaster right now?
No, I'm just thinking about Matt Dominguez.
Oh, okay. We'll take care of him. By the way, I'm informed by the internet that there was a ball player by the name of Mickey Klutz.
Oh yeah, I remember him with the Yankees.
Yeah,
among other teams.
Was he light on his feet?
Well, kind of, yeah. I swear to you, there was a ball player named Frenchie Bordegaray. Why can't we find him? We must be misspelling his name.
Any chance of misspelling there? Yeah.
Yeah, there's a good chance. That's a strikeout, and that's number 3 for Pedro Hernandez.
MLB.TV celebrates 11 years with new low yearly prices. Watch every out-of-market game live on over 350 supported mobile and connected devices in HD quality with MLB.TV Premium. Visit MLB.TV. Baseball everywhere.
AT HOU struck out in the 2nd inning. He looks at ball 1. Well, we have no hits for Frenchie Bordegaray. The liner into center field. Presley in with the catch. 2 outs. But there was a player named Razor Shines. Remember him?
Yes, that was a great name. Great name.
And you know, along that same theme, there was a broadcaster named Red Barber.
Tim Spoony Barger.
Oh yeah. It was a pitcher, right?
Yep.
With Atlanta.
Well done. Because he wasn't made up, you could probably find him on the internet there.
Brandon Barnes takes strike 1. Do you suppose that it would be possible to do an internet search and not come up with something, not because it didn't exist, but because the internet couldn't find it?
No, I don't see that as possible.
No?
No. The internet sees all.
You certainly have put a lot of faith and trust in that internet.
I'm being fed a load of garbage here.
That wouldn't be the first time.
Wonderful, terrific Bonds.
There's a guy named Mons, I think.
Mons.
Mons.
Wonderful, terrific Mons.
Mons, yes.
Really?
M-O-N-D-S.
So World Be Free is...
Yeah. Little dunker into shallow right field. That will be in for a hit for Brandon Barnes. A 2-out single for Brandon. And now Marwin Gonzalez comes up. Hit number 4 for the Astros. So of all the guys you played with, any strange names you can think of?
Wow. Man. At this moment, I'm on TV and I can't even come up with a good teammate name for it.
Back in about the 1940s or 50s, there was a song recorded with nothing but baseball names. And And the name of the song was Van Lingle Mungo, and he was a Dodger pitcher.
That's true.
So
I remember that name.
That song?
Van Lingle Mungo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Marwin Gonzalez, the batter.
Yeah,
Ball one.
Boof Bonds are a name that's coming up from the truck. That was a good one.
Yeah. Very good one.
Yeah, you start getting actually in my era. I should have been able to come up with the Boof.
Let's see what Booz has for us. Sandy Valdespinos.
That's commonplace. Come on. We've got a whole bunch of Sandy Valdespinos out there.
Got a lot of those.
Yeah, there's some actually funny ones that have come to me via the internet where you can't find that guy, but not exactly mentionable type names. But there's some very intriguing names that have been tagged on guys.
219 for Marwin Gonzalez. Well, there were some guys named Hack Wilson, Hack Miller.
Hack Wilson, that's strong. I like that.
And there was Honus Wagner. We don't have names like that anymore in baseball.
I'm always confused. Is it Honus or Honus?
I believe it's Honus.
That's good.
I've heard both.
Yeah. Pickles Dillhopper. Really?
Bill Pickles?
Hey, the parents, they deserve a good spanking.
That's a beauty. Strike makes it 3-1. Pickles Dillhopper? Noodles Hahn. There we go. Urban Shocker.
Urban what?
Shooty Babbitt played for Oakland. 10 million. Never heard of that one. Austin Knickerbocker. Kalamazoo Jennings. Haven't heard of either of those.
Some of these are from the Globetrotters, right?
It sounds like it.
Yeah.
John Bacabella was with the Expos, though. Looped out into center field. Here comes Presley in. Presley laying out for it, and he makes the catch to end the 5th inning with no runs, a hit, and a man left. It's 4-1 Twins.
By popular demand, Dollar Dog Night returns Friday, September 13th. Enjoy $1 hot dogs all game long, presented by HEB. First pitch against the Angels is at 7:10. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets. Guys, you were talking about the crazy names earlier. 10 million actually played in the early 1900s.
Really?
However, he didn't make it to the majors. He never got
Oh, okay. Well, thanks, Julia, for that. Did you ever hear of a guy named Jim Greengrass?
Greengrass?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
He was an outfielder for the Reds.
Well, I'm going to have to throw my. Well, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you had finished on Mr. Greengrass.
I really had.
Thought you'd clipped your way through there.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, I was going to mention my favorite player. You asked me maybe somebody I'd played with. I didn't play with this guy, but the name comes to mind. Maybe a great favorite of all. Stubby Clapp.
Oh, yeah. He was a coach in the Astros farm system. 3-1. How about this one? Al Gallagher, but his real name, he was Dirty Al Gallagher. His real name was Alan Mitchell Edward George Patrick Henry Gallagher. Bouncer up the middle into center field. Pinto is on for the third straight time. 2 singles and a walk. That was Neil Pinto. Inning 8. Trying to take Joe Mauer's job, Ash.
I think Dirty Al was known as a kind of an intriguing guy, and I wonder where he got that.
Well, there was Cal McLish also. And if Milo were here, and he was here yesterday, he could give us all of his names. But he had oh, here it is. Calvin Coolidge, Julius Caesar, Tuskahoma, McLish. Florimon was strike 1.
What does that do to a young child?
It just destroys any hope of sensibility in life. To go through life with a name like that.
And when you're filling out government forms, I mean, really.
Oh, forget it. Try to get that on one line on a computer. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Somebody in the room thinks he's Julius Caesar. Come forward, please.
That is nuts. You ever hear of a guy named Bob Ferguson? Way back in the 1890s. He had a nickname that was good. It's not part of his name. His name was Death to Flying Things.
Is that the name of the guy that had that?
Yeah, and he would catch every fly ball hit in his area, so that's why they gave him that nickname.
I'll bet he was no Brandon Barnes.
No, you're right. He never made any of the highlight shows. The chopper goes foul. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes to Pedro Florimon.
Is that the year they started ESPN?
It was a little before that. Then there was Gary Maddox, who covered all that ground.
Yeah.
And Ralph Kiner's favorite line about him.
Great line, too. Great line.
The earth is 2/3 of the earth is covered by water, and the other third is covered by Gary Maddox.
And Gary and I grew up together. That's such a good line.
Is that what you guys said about him growing up?
Yeah, we talked about that all the time, and then somebody copped a line from us. Yeah, it's hilarious. You look back, and I played Pony League and high school ball with Gary. But the kid, there was another kid in the bunch by the name of Joe Levito, and he was first pick of the Washington Senators back in could have been 68 or 69. I think the winter draft of 69. He was the guy that just outshined everybody that we grew up with.
Well, he played in the big leagues.
Played in the big leagues, had injuries, things just never quite panned out. But was he some kind of talent?
They're well coordinated in their orange jerseys. So
and their new souvenir.
You had 3 guys from your league.
Yep.
Runner going. Carter will look at second, take the out at first. 1 down on a 3 unassisted play to get Florimon Pinto to second base.
I played Little League ball with Joe, and wow, what a talent. Well, you get the 1 out on the hopper. Is there no reason with the runner going to consider throwing down to second base? We've gotten off track.
Presley's 0 for 3. There's ball 1. Nothing like baseball nicknames, all right?
I hope other endeavors don't come up with names quite this creative. Vinegar Ben Mizell.
Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah.
He became a congressman.
Yes, he did.
Vinegar Ben. Blocked out in front by Clark. 2 balls, no strikes.
Sad Sam. What was his name? Sad
Jones?
Sam Jones. Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost said McDowell, but clearly not McDowell.
He was Sudden Sam.
Sudden Sam.
That was a good one.
That was a very good name for a guy who was known for the fastball.
What about Sandy Koufax? He didn't really have a nickname, did he?
Nothing.
Don Drysdale?
Great story about Norm Cash allegedly going to home plate with a piano leg when he was going to face Sandy Koufax. I'd love to see that story verified with some tape, but
well, he supposedly dragged a table leg up there against Nolan Ryan one time. 3 balls and a strike.
That would be more than you would need against Nolan on a good day.
Tough to bunt that square leg, though, isn't it?
It might simplify things.
It actually might.
Get yourself a full grand-sized piano. That leg might be utilized.
That's Brandon Barnes into left center field. It's a hit in front of him. Here is a stop sign in third. The throw comes in. It's backed up by Carter. And it's first and third and 1 out on the looping single by Presley.
Pitch away, hit it away a little bit. Just dunk it in front. It's about the only thing that Brandon Barnes can't get to. He has genuinely been this year death to all things flying.
Yeah. Mastriani is 1 for 3. Strike 1 for Lucas Harrell. Indians are trying to complete that shutout over the Orioles. The Orioles batting in the top of the 9th inning, trailing 4-0 at Cleveland. Ubaldo Jimenez checked out after 6 innings. The bullpen has come into play, and Chris Perez is in the game now. There's a swing by Mastriani, and he falls behind 0-2. Chris Tillman started for Baltimore. He's having a whale of a year, but tonight not so much. 5 1/3 innings, 4 earned runs.
See what the attendance in Cleveland for the Indians and Orioles happen to be tonight?
No.
Hey, yes, Julia's got the word.
Okay. What are you going with, Julia?
Oh, you talking? Everybody's talking to me.
Yeah.
Orioles, they're at Cleveland tonight.
Yeah, and Ash says you know what the attendance figure is.
Around 9,000.
Whoa.
A big crowd of 9,000.
Did you divine that?
It's the day after Labor Day. I'll give them that. Not sure what's going on out there.
Bouncer up the middle. There's Marwin flipping. Altuve turning, and it's a 6-4-3 double play. Gonzalez to Altuve to Carter. No runs, 2 hits, and a man stranded. 4-1 Twins.
Been really good behind the plate there. He's thrown out 5 of 7 base runners attempting to steal since joining the Astros big club, though. The problem here is his offense. He's still struggling to find that first major league hit, and He said he was pressing a little bit, but the players around him are being very encouraging. Chris Carter went up to him and reminded Cody that he began his career going 0 for 33. Brett Wallace said, hey, I started the season with a rough stretch. He's trying just to relax, not to think too much, but it's tough for a guy who doesn't play every day. He's in that backup role, so it's even tougher when you got to sit on it for a couple days at a time, guys.
Yes, it is. He's 0 for 14 now to start his Major League career. Cody Clark coming up to lead off the home 6th inning. Twins lead at 4-1. They've out-hit the Astros 8-4 with no errors tonight. 7 left on base for Minnesota, 1 for Houston. Clark struck out in the 3rd inning against the lefty Pedro Hernandez.
You know what adds to the problems for a guy like this as he tries to bunt his way aboard is that all along the minor leagues you hear people say things trying to be encouraging of, boy, you're such a good catcher. If only you could hit, you'd be a major leaguer right now, and that may be 10 years ago. And in essence, what you continue to hear with your own ears is, I can't hit. Makes it really tough.
He's drawn the 3rd baseman in, Plouffe. That bunt try. Takes it in the air, and it goes to center field. Alex Presley moves over. That's 1 out for Pedro Hernandez. We have some help from friends on some baseball names. Matt Batts, Creepy Crespi, Estelle Crabtree, and Coker Triplett.
Estelle Crabtree?
Yeah.
What?
You don't believe that?
Yeah, I wonder how that's pronounced. Estelle?
It could be Estelle. E-S-T-E-L.
Either way, I'd rather be the boy named Sue.
Robbie Grossman takes ball 1. He is 1 for 2. He shoots one, and it's a fair ball into the left field corner. It kicks out towards center field, and that's going to be a single. And the throw was a good one, but it wasn't picked up cleanly by Dozier. Nonetheless, Grossman 2 for 3 in this game. Mastriani hustled over to get it.
Yes, he did. He did a nice job, and Robbie Grossman does a nice job. This is what you do: is you go for 2 as far as it makes sense, and then at some point when you realize, you know what, I might get myself thrown out right here, you shut it down, and that's what Robbie does. He was going for 2 from the first step out of the box. Nice turn at the bag, but then picks up the head, sees what's going on in front, and retreats.
Jonathan Villar was taken out of this game after being thrown out, trying to get to second on a single, and he thought maybe he would catch the Twins in a lapse defensively, but he didn't. He was thrown out. Altuve grounds to third, backhanded. Here's Plouffe going to second, and then Dozier, the middleman, on a 5-4-3 double play, the second of the night for the Twins. That does it for the 6th inning, and it's 4-1 Minnesota. Anderson making cancer history. September 3rd, 1961. The M&M boys, Yankee outfielders Roger Maris and Mickey Mantle, become the first teammates. Both of them hit 50 homers in the same season when the Mick goes deep in the bottom of the ninth to tie the Tigers 5-5. Maris went on to hit a then record 61 homers in 1961, and many still accept that as the record for a single season. There is strike one to Brian Dozier. Dozier with a 2-run homer in the first is 1 for 3 in this game. And Harrell misses there for a 1-ball, 1-strike count, beginning his third inning in relief of Cozart. Cozart in 4 innings allowed 5 hits, 4 runs. Well, the breaking ball makes it 2-1. There was Dazzy Vance and Dizzy Dean.
I think we forgot one great one. How about Heine Grove?
Oh yeah, fly ball out to center field. Barnes over. Let's look back at 1961 to the M&M boys. Roger Maris with the 61 long balls. Mickey Mantle hit 54. It was quite a home run race between teammates going to the latter stages of the season. And then Tracy Stallard on the mound, and Maris went deep. Yogi Berra there at home plate.
A reluctant Roger Maris coming out to acknowledge the fans.
Yeah. Strike to Willingham. Willingham has grounded out and walked twice. It's 1-1.
Apparently there was a ball player known as Lil Stoner.
Haven't heard that one. Lil Stoner. It's 2 balls and a strike.
(1922 to 1931).
Well, we should remember that. 2 balls and 2 strikes for Lucas Harrell. Had some sink on that ball down and in. 13,500 he paid attendance. Ground ball in the hole. Backhanded. Marwin Gonzalez throwing, and from deep in the hole, Carter's there to scoop it out. 2 down.
Marwin Gonzalez can make himself some plays. So many topics, so many special guests. Kevin Eschenfelder has the sporting world covered on Sports Talk Live. Weekdays at 5 p.m. only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Our own version of Tom Bergeron. Trevor Plouffe.
You had a chance to be that too.
Oh, no. Never. There's ball 1. Kevin was the first choice of the committee, and they were very carefully screened, but he will be co-hosting Dancing with the Stros on September 15th for charity. Ground ball, and that's a backhand play, but it gets by. It looked like he had it, but then it sneaked through on into left field for a clean single for Plouffe, and Plouffe is 3 for 4 in this game after going 3 for 3 yesterday. Big series for Plouffe.
Plouffe is responsible for this entire conversation this evening. Yeah, it looked like Marwin had set himself up to make quite a play here. If he comes up with this cleanly, plants that right foot, he may get him.
Well, he slid for it, and the ball went under his glove and under his leg. Now it's Chris Colabello. Colabello has a double in 3 trips. This one gets by Clark, and Plouffe advances to second base on a wild pitch by Harrell. Plouffe 6 for 7 in this series. There's a ball to Colabello. 2 balls, no strikes to Chris. Yeah, there's Mickey and Nolan, Reggie, Sparky. A lot of great baseball names down through the years. There's a shot going foul. 2 balls, 1 strike. How about Cliff Johnson? They called him Heathcliff, right?
Yep. Yeah, they did. Talked more than any baseball player I ever ran into at home plate. It was
really.
I just all I could hope for was that he'd put the ball in play somewhere and move on. It was unbelievable.
He wore you out.
Oh.
3-1.
Like putting you on a spot the whole time. That pitch wasn't a strike, was it? Was it? Was it?
And you remember that famous song, Mickey, Willie, and the Duke.
Mm-hmm.
You believe there were 3 center fielders in New York?
All in New York at that time. 3 of the greats of all time.
Yeah.
It's a great conversation when people start talking about the greatest player of all time.
Is there a debate?
Oh, debate wages and has for a long, long time.
But you settled that last week.
Did I?
Yeah. 3-2.
Greatest player of all time. For me, it's Babe Ruth. I mean, if you compare it to the competition, nothing even close. Until Lou Gehrig came onto the scene, and then there was some pretty good close competition.
There's ball 4. Colabello takes a walk. Second walk for Harrell. 2 men on for Arcia. Well, if you can believe Mantle and Maris being teammates, and Gehrig and Ruth, and of course there were other great players on that team.
Lineup was loaded.
Yeah, 27 Yankees.
Yep.
Murderers Row. Best team of all time, in your opinion?
Well, compared again to the competition, I'm not sure there was anything close. Although, I mean, you can take the Seattle Mariners of 2001, where they win 116 games and then lose in the first round of the playoffs. What a phenomenal season that is.
Yeah. Arcia was strike 1. But these names: Henry Louis Aaron, Hammer and Hank, Grover Cleveland Alexander, Old Pete, Roberto Alomar Velasquez, Robbie. Rolled out to second base. Altuve over to Carter to end the top of the 7th inning. No runs, a hit, 2 men left. 4-1 Minnesota.
Time for our AT&T tweet of the game. Got it from River Bandits third baseman Rio Ruiz, who's in this picture somewhere. Check it out. Quad City River Bandits playoff bound. Yeah, Astros A-Ball Club won 13 of its final 16 games, and they'll host Cedar Rapids in the Western Division semifinals. So impressive bats down there in the Quad Cities. Check it out, Carlos Correa, the Astros' first overall pick in 2012. Have nice numbers there for his season. And then Danny Vasquez, the Astros getting him in the Jose Veras trade. He had actually had 2 home runs on the September 1st game, so a good night for him there. And then Rio Ruiz, the guy who tweeted right there. 4th round pick in the 2012 draft. He was the River Bandits Player of the Month in July. Looking good down there, guys.
It's a good group. As you mentioned, they will be playing in the playoffs tomorrow night. And they'll be meeting Cedar Rapids. And also tomorrow night, AAA Oklahoma City will be at home against Omaha as their best-of-5 series starts. Corpus Christi will be at home against San Antonio as their best-of-5 series starts. Pedro Hernandez has a 4-1 lead. Trevor Crowe leads it off in the home 7th inning. And there's ball 1. Crowe is 0 for 2. Well, the Astros getting that first overall pick in 2012, taking Carlos Correa. The Twins had the number 2 overall pick. They took outfielder Byron Buxton. Both of them have had fantastic minor league seasons. That's in for a strike, and it's 1-1. There's Brian Dunsing and Casey Fiend warm up for the Twins. Twins also have a top prospect at AA this year, Miguel Sano. 20 years old. He's hit 35 home runs in the minors. It's 2-1, and his line is a .330 batting average, .424 on base average at Fort Myers, .655 slugging, and hit 16 homers. He's hit 19 homers at New Britain with a .915 OPS. His power is ranked 80, Ash, on a scale of 20 to 80. Miguel Sano, a third baseman, ranked 80 for power.
Sounds like he's viewed as being pretty legit.
This one goes back into the seats. Meanwhile, let's look at the number 1 and number 2 overall pick a year ago in June. Correa, number 1, 329 homers, 86 runs batted in, a .405 on base percentage. Buxton, an outfielder from Georgia, 334, 12 homers, 77 runs batted in, 55 steals. Different types of players, both outstanding though this year.
Yeah, well, you consider Correa as a shortstop. Those are phenomenal numbers. Buxton with those 55 stolen bases, that's rather impressive.
I bet it is. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Trevor Crowe. The Astros have been out hit 9-5. Miguel Sano is a name to be aware of for maybe a year from now. As far as the Twins are concerned, he's definitely high up in their pipeline.
It's going to be really intriguing to see where Correa winds up in the infield.
Off the glove of Plouffe. And Crowe's aboard. He's tried to scoop it. It's an infield hit for Crowe. That gives Crowe a 5-game hitting streak, career high in the big leagues.
Whether Correa winds up as a shortstop or a third baseman, it appears he's destined to be a major leaguer. Yeah, that's that tough second hop that third baseman constantly get bombarded with. Did I say second baseman? Third baseman.
Yeah. Crowe's aboard, and Carter's the batter. He could tighten this game. He homered in the second, and he grounded out in the 4th. Double play depth for Florimon and Dozier here, and time is called. And they're going to the bullpen here. They want a right-hander to face Carter. And Ron Gardenhire watched Carter rifle a high drive. No doubt home run in the 2nd inning. Then get ahead in the count and ground out in the 4th. He's going to the pen with a 4-1 lead, and we're going away for a very brief moment.
at Dancing with the Stros charitable fundraiser on Sunday, September 15th, after the game at the House of Blues. Advance tickets purchase required. Visit astros.com/dancing or call 713-259-8851 today.
Julia Morales will be there, and Kevin Eschenfelder. They'll be your co-hosts for Dancing with the Stros, September 15th. You can get those advance tickets by calling that number, going to astros.com. It's 4-1. Casey Fiend comes out of the bullpen, and Fiend takes over with the runners at first at Trevor Crow and Chris Carter, the batter. Carter's 1 for 2. Fiend is 3-2 with a 3.93 ERA. Former Astros farmhand. At strike one for Casey Fiend. He pitched a scoreless inning in yesterday's game, giving up 1 hit, closing out the 10-6 win for the Twins.
Taking on a workload, Brownie. 63, now 64 outings this year for Fiend.
That is a load. He threw 14 pitches yesterday, 11 for strikes. Keeps Trevor Crow close at first. This Minnesota bullpen has the 3rd best ERA in the American League, 3.11. But the Twins bullpen has pitched the 2nd highest number of innings in the American League, 471. Casey Fiend had a 0.87 ERA in June, giving up 1 earned run in 10 1/3 innings. That's strike one. That's not many innings, though, for an entire month. 0-2 now to Carter, and you see the starter ERA 5, last in the majors, but relief ERA 3.11. He's from Santa Rosa, California, went to Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Way outside. 1-2 for Casey Fiend, who was drafted by Detroit in 06, played with the Tigers in 09 and 2010. Last year appeared in 35 games for the Twins. That's a strikeout, and it's out number 1 for Fiend. Strikeout number 4 for Twins pitching tonight.
Slipped that fastball right on by Carter.
Fred Wallace is 0 for 2, a ground out and a strikeout. Bert Blyleven was nicknamed the Dutchman and the Minnesota Gopher. And there was Cool Papa James Bell, Eagle-eyed Jacob Peter Beckley.
Cool Papa Bell, that was a good one.
You heard the old saying about him. He could flip the light switch and be in bed before it got dark.
That's faster than any player I ever played with.
That's fast. There's a ball to Wallace.
I was accused of having the light bulb burn out by the time I finally got to bed.
Eric Young Jr. went 2 for 3 with a triple and a steal for the Mets against the Braves tonight.
EY send that to you?
He's 3rd in the league in steals with 35. No, it's on the internet. It's out there.
Okay.
2 balls, no strikes. It's available to anyone.
So apparently this is real.
This is real. He's played well for the Mets. How about Luke Appling, old aches and pains? Foul back. 2 balls and a strike.
Wouldn't mind that nickname if they could drop the old part.
Yeah. Twins would like to do a little more applauding here. The Astros have been held to 1 run on 6 hits at Chris Carter's 2nd inning homer. Earl Brian Combs was the Kentucky Colonel. Charles Albert Comiskey, the Old Roman. Iris Raymond Cobb, the Georgia Peach.
Was that the Colonel with the actual original recipe?
I don't think so. Frank Chance, the peerless leader. Orlando Cepeda, the Baby Bull, and Cha-Cha.
Loved the Baby Bull. That was very descriptive, too.
It really was. That's a walk to Wallace, and now it's going to be AT HOU's batting with 2 men on and 1 out, representing the potential tying run. Ron Gardenhire is closing in on 1,000 managerial wins, but does not have a contract for next season. Hose has struck out and hit a fly ball to center field. Twins general manager Terry Ryan is on the trip. Brandon Barnes on deck. Little roller goes to first base. Colabello with the toss. Fiend covering for out number 2 as the runners move along. Crow to third and Wallace to second. And now Brandon Barnes. Brandon single to right in the 5th. He's 1 for 2. Marwin Gonzalez will be on deck. Andre Dawson, the Hawk.
As was Ken Harrelson.
Yeah. Jorge De Leon is warming up in the bullpen for Houston. Wahoo Sam Crawford.
Notice how nicknames have become far less creative in recent years, recent decades.
They're just not very good anymore. Rapid Robert Feller.
That was solid.
Now we've got nicknames like Ash, JD.
Yeah, Brownie.
There's a strike to Barnes.
Baggy.
Pudge Fisk.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from either. There's Pudge Rodriguez as well.
There's no balls, 2 strikes. Barnes chasing that one.
Could have called Pudge Fisk Stroll maybe for that walk he took between home plate and the mound.
Frankie Frisch, the Fordham Flash. One and 2. Burley Grimes, old stubble beard.
That was Paulie Hustle. Old stubble beard.
Sliding Billy Hamilton. The Reds have just called up Billy Hamilton from the minors. He stole a base tonight and scored the winning run for them. Out into right center field for Barnes. And that's going to be in, and it's going to score 2 to make it 4-3. A 2-run single. Arcia unable to come up with it on the fly, and Barnes now has 33 runs batted in and has made it a 1-run ball game.
What a big hit this turns out to be, and another ball not hit sharply for Brandon. But 2 hits on the night and key pair of runs driven in. It's tied up just a little bit.
A 2-out, 2-strike hit. Now Ron Gardenhire comes out.
This looked to me like one where the right fielder could have really gone all out. He had the center fielder right behind him. Wouldn't have cost the club if the ball had somehow gotten by. And it looked like it might have been a catchable ball.
Yes, it did. So Casey Fiend so close to getting out of the inning, but instead it's another pitching change. 4-3 Minnesota. Back in a moment.
Friday, September 13th is the next big and bright Friday night. Don't forget to stick around after the Astros-Angels games for the best fireworks show in town, presented by Marathon Oil Corporation, featuring music from the hit TV show Glee. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets.
Thanks, Julia. Left-hander Brian Dunsing has come in from the bullpen. Right-hander Jared Burton is warming up now. Dunsing coming in, and the switch-hitting Marwin Gonzalez will bat. Dunsing is 6-1. His ERA 3.61. Lately, it's been really low.
Left-hand hitters hitting a lofty 296 against him, so may not have been a bad thing to have left-hander coming to the plate. And of course, Gonzalez will turn around and bat right-handed.
Gonzalez in his first at bat in the 5th inning hit a fly ball to center field. Barnes the runner at first in a 4-3 game. Dunsing steps back. Dunsing, 30 years old, a 3rd-round pick of the Twins in 05, born in Marysville, Kansas, went to the University of Nebraska. In the last 12 appearances, his ERA is 0, and he's 3-0. And opponents are hitting 156 against him in those games. Gonzalez looks at ball 1. Cody Clark on deck. Well, Dunsing got a rare opportunity, and he won both games of a split doubleheader August 9th against the White Sox on the road. First major league pitcher to do that since Luis Vizcaíno of the Yankees in 07. 1 ball, 1 strike. Last year he was a starter part of the time and in relief. Taken by Gonzalez, and the count runs to 2-1. You made the point, Ash, and I agree with you, that on Barnes' 2-run single, Arcia could have tried a diving catch because Presley, the center fielder, was backing him up on the play.
Looked to me like Arcia actually slowed down a bit as he approached the baseball. Yeah, it was a golden chance. Go ahead and lay out for your club. If you miss it, you're covered from behind.
It's 3-1. Take another look back at it.
As he comes on, right there, he just kind of backs off a bit. And you can see right behind, he's pretty well covered. So just no reason not to lay out in that opportunity.
Time call by Marwin Gonzalez. And that's a walk. Brings up Cody Clark.
I would not want to take that pitch with a couple of strikes with a lot of the umpires around the league.
4 Astros have reached base here in the 7th inning. Pedro Hernandez went 6 innings plus. He allowed 6 hits, 2 runs, no walks, 3 strikeouts. Now 2 men on, and it's Clark, who is 0 for 15 to start his major league career after 11 minor league seasons. And what a time this would be for his first hit. Bobby Grossman on deck. That's strike 1. Barnes trying to stretch his lead out at second base. He has a chance to do that with where Florimon is playing him.
That check swing, Clark left himself in a position where could have easily just dribbled one out in front of the plate or back to the mound. Be really careful with that.
And with where Dozier is, Barnes could get pretty far off second base here without a worry of being picked off.
Nice spot for a first major league hit.
he takes, and it's a ball to make it 1-1. The Astros as a team came into this game hitting .203 with men in scoring position at 2 outs. That's the lowest figure in the American League. It's 1-2. Pinto out to visit Dunsing. Twins are not sure when Joe Mauer will be back from his concussion. May not do a whole lot of catching for the rest of the year. But with his bat, they certainly would like him in the lineup. This one gets away, and Barnes advances to third on that pitch in the dirt. It's 2-2.
Tough to be the backside runner right there. Marwin Gonzalez can't really break. You see the guy in front of you start, but sometimes he'll stop, and it leaves you in a obviously awful situation heading towards second base. So a nice move there also by Marwin.
Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on for Cody Clark. The Greenville Astros got 5 in the 9th, and they beat Kingsport 7-3 on the road. So they now have won their best of 3 playoff series. There goes Gonzalez taking off. Here's the throw. Dozier checking the runner at third. He throws back to first, and the ball is dropped. And here's Barnes coming home, and the tag, and they get him. So that's the way the 7th inning ends, with the Astros coming up with 2 in the 7th on 2 hits. They leave a man, and a potential tying run thrown out of the plate. 4-3 Twins. The ball on this rundown play. Let's take a look at it. But he was able to throw home for the tag.
Yeah, it turns out to be a rather easy play in the end, but when that ball got dropped, sure looked like a golden shot for the Astros to tie the ball game. Brandon Barnes unable to break up till that point. That's kind of one of those desperation moves where you try to just steal a run from the opposition.
The count was 2-2 on the hitter. Gonzalez took off, and Dunsing was able to step off, start the run down, get it to Dozier. So the play went from 1-4 to 3-2 on Barnes at home, as Pinto made the tag on him. And the Twins now come up in the 8th inning, leading by 1, 4-3. Astros trying to steal the tying run there. And the new pitcher is Jorge De Leon. De Leon just rejoined the Astros from AAA Oklahoma City as a September call-up. And he faces Osmeil Pinto, who is 2 for 2 with a walk, and looks at ball 1. Lucas Harrell went 3 innings. He allowed 4 hits, no runs. And De Leon recalled Sunday in the minors, 41 appearances, 0-3 with a 3.46 ERA. There's a line shot into center field. What a night for Pinto. 3 for 3 and a walk.
Yeah, he looks good. He comes with a lot of fanfare. And there's word that Joe Mauer, who already plays some first base, could become a bit more of a fixture down at first as this youngster comes on.
Florimon is 0 for 3. Wallace creeping in on the grass at third. Florimon showing bunt, taking ball 1. Twins are up by 1, but a sacrifice could get Pinto into scoring position for the top of the order as they look for insurance. Their closer is a good one, all-star Glenn Perkins, a lefty. De Leon was with the Astros for a week in August. Butted in the air. De Leon makes the catch. No play at first, 1 out.
Jose Altuve immediately throwing the right hand up. Don't throw in my direction. Not there yet. We want to remind you to tune in to Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience.
One out, 1 on, and it's Presley batting. Presley is 1 for 4. De Leon made 2 appearances with the Astros. He was here in August. That's toward the left field corner. Trevor Crow backing on it. He plays it off the wall, but it kicks by him. And now he has to play a carom, and the runner's coming to the plate. Here's the throw and the relay from Marwin Gonzalez. Not in time. Pinto scores on an opposite field double by Presley, making it 5-3 Twins.
Pretty aggressive and gutsy send there by third base coach Joe Vavra, and it turns out to be a good one for the Twins. Well, that's a tricky scoreboard in left field, no doubt about it. Ball hits somewhat low off of the scoreboard. Much like Fenway Park, maybe the toughest outfield position to play here at Minute Maid Park. Is there any chance to get back there and make that play for Trevor Crow? We will never know.
Well, it's difficult for the outfielder because it can kick back hard toward the infield as that did. It hit one of the metal parts of that scoreboard. Now Mastriani, the batter. He's 1 for 4. There's strike 1 to him. So Presley winds up with his second run batted in. And he's 2 for 4 in this game. He had 3 hits Sunday. He was on twice with walks last night. You see those metal supports there. If it hits one of those panels, it could punch that out and actually wind up being a double if it goes out of play. Check swing call goes the Twins' way, and it's 1-1. But we haven't seen too many caroms like that one off that scoreboard wall. If it hits that padding, it could drop straight down. It's really a quirky wall. 1 ball and 2 strikes. It can give left fielders big time problems.
Yeah, it's really not unlike at all Fenway's Green Monster in the scoreboard section.
This one skips by. Clark pops up in the air, and the runner advances to third on a wild pitch. Presley. Two balls, 2 strikes for De Leon.
This is one of the really tough pitches for a catcher. Looked like one that maybe Clark would handle normally, but where that pitcher yanks it to his glove side. It's tough on a catcher.
That was actually ruled a pass ball, not a wild pitch. Now the infielders come in. That's in the air, and the center fielder Barnes will have a long throw to make once he catches this one. And the runner will be able to score on it. Sacrifice fly, and run number 2 of the inning comes in to make it now a 6-3 lead. Mastriani gets his second run batted in.
Twins just utilizing timing and everything here this evening. Get that pass ball right before the sac fly.
Dozier with the 2-run homer in the first inning is 1 for 4. Ryan's had a big year and a big series here. That is strike 1 for De Leon. De Leon had 12 saves and a 3.46 ERA in 41 games between AA Corpus Christi and AAA Oklahoma City. That's a strike, and it's 0-2. Well, obviously the Astros didn't want to rob Oklahoma City of its playoff opportunity by dipping too deep into that club, managed by Tony DeFrancesco. So De Leon was the only pitcher in the initial September call-ups. In the air, and the right fielder comes over for it, AT HOU. Catching the foul ball. And in the 8th inning, it's 2 runs, 2 hits, and a 6-3 lead for Minnesota.
Oklahoma, Arkansas, or New Mexico, CSN Houston covers the entire 5-state region, and we want your story ideas. Email us your ideas at regionalroundup@comcastsportsnet.com. Robbie Grossman up in this inning, and he's looked really good recently, especially in these last 2 games against the Twins. 4 hits in his last 2 games. He is the DH tonight. Now, there's been different designated hitters the past couple of days. Grossman had nothing to report, he said today, just kind of a day off for him. And then AT HOU DHing yesterday. He said that he's only had 2 days off this entire season. Bo Porter definitely trying to keep his club fresh in any way that he can right now. And he made the point that many of these guys didn't play this long of a schedule yet. Last year they were in AAA, where there's only 144 games and things like that. So this is definitely different for a lot of this team, guys.
Well, there he is among the American League hit leaders since July 30th. He is 3rd behind Victor Martinez of Detroit and Eric Hosmer of Kansas City. So you can understand why Bo Porter wants him in the lineup and giving his legs a day of rest. He is the 13th different DH for the Astros. It's the first time he's done it all season. New right fielder in the game, Cleet Thomas, takes over there for Arcia. with this Minnesota lead going to the bottom of the 8th inning, and Jared Burton is on the mound. In 63 games, he's 2-8 with a 3.79 ERA.
Yeah, Brownie, what I would add is with Jason Castro and Matt Dominguez down, the two hot bats, be really tough to take out the bat of Robbie Grossman.
Cody Clark was at the plate when the double steal attempt failed. There's strike one. He had a 2-2 count on him. Brian Dunsing, in 1/3 of an inning, allowed no hits, no runs, had a walk, no strikeouts. Casey Fiend, 2/3 of an inning, 1 hit, 1 run, 1 walk, 1 strikeout. Pitch up and in from Burton. That makes it a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Burton is 32 years old. He was in 64 games last year. Josh Side warming up for the Astros. Burton's from Westminster, South Carolina. Pop up. Colabello's coming over. The catcher's calling for it. Pinto. Oh, it pops out of his mitt. And an error on Pinto.
It happens. He tried to one-hand it, and maybe that's his normal style, but you just keep drifting away from home plate. You'd like to get your back kind of turned towards center field a bit if you can. And that catcher's mitt sometimes can be a little unfriendly on those pop-ups.
It gives Clark another shot at his first major league hit. Fouls it back. Matt Pagnozzi has joined the Astros tonight to give them some catching backup for Clark, with Jason Castro down tonight with a cyst in his right knee. Jake Elmore has not been used in this game. He can be an emergency catcher. Carlos Corcoran will head for AA Corpus Christi and a playoff team tomorrow night. He'll DH there and then catch Thursday night. Then that club goes on the road, and by that point he hopes to be headed for Oakland to join the Astros. In tight for a ball. That makes it a full count now. Cody Clark. Jeff Luhnow and his staff were calling around last night. Jeff said they made phone calls to about 8 different clubs trying to find a catcher, and it's tough to find one this time of year. Made the deal for Pagnozzi. Fly ball out to center field. Presley. That's 1 out. And Robbie Grossman will come up. He is 2 for 3. That's the deal for cash for Pagnozzi. Pagnozzi was headed home from AAA Gwinnett to his home in Arizona and had to be flagged down. He had stopped at a Walmart to fix a light on his truck when he got the news and had to go back and get a flight to Houston. So it was a real scramble for him. That's strike 1. Nationals beat the Phillies 9-6. Gio Gonzalez took his record to 9-6 with the win. Rafael Soriano got his 37th save. It's 1-1. The Royals are clinging to a 4-3 lead over the Mariners at Kansas City. Mariners batting in the 9th inning with Greg Holland on the mound. Kyle Seager hit his 22nd home run for the M's. Alex Gordon number 16. Salvador Perez number 10 for Kansas City. Bunted foul. Marlins 3, Cubs 2 at the end of 7 in Chicago. Brian Bogusevic hit his 3rd home run. Tampa Bay Rays are trying to regroup. They have lost 5 in a row. They lead the Angels in Anaheim 2-1 in the top of the 3rd inning. They're facing Jason Vargas. Desmond Jennings hit his 12th home run for the Rays.
That's hard to do to Tampa Bay with that starting pitching they have.
Sure is. Yeah, they just really present some solid starters. The youngster Chris Archer didn't look too good last night. Matt Moore's off the DL to pitch tonight. Rolled out to second. Dozier on to first. 2 down. It's Altuve next. He's 0 for 3. Day baseball tomorrow at 1:10. Hope you'll join us at 12:30. Astros pregame live. Liam Hendricks, who's 1-2 with a 5.13 ERA, goes for the Twins against Jordan Lyles. Jordan 6-7 with a 5.12. Pirates and Brewers are tied 3-3. They're in the top of the 9th in Milwaukee now. MVP candidate Andrew McCutchen has hit his 18th home run. You like that stat, WAR, wins above replacement? Ash?
Well, it's the one attempt out there to include defense in what a player does.
I think he's number 1 in WAR in the National League right now.
Yeah, and I could see where that would be very deserving. I have my problems with the ratings defensively on guys. I think sometimes with that subjective number created that some of the people watching maybe get a little infatuated with certain guys and maybe overrate them and underrate others that maybe shouldn't be judged quite so harshly. But it is a nice attempt to get the well-rounded figure on a player.
Pirates got a good start from Garrett Cole, 6 innings, 2 runs. Giovanni Gallardo, 7 innings, 2 runs for Milwaukee. Foul back by Altuve, still 0-2. Well, McCutchen now has 18 homers, 75 runs batted in. If you go by traditional numbers, and he's hitting .321. He has a .399 on base average, .510 slugging percentage. It's been a very good year for Andrew McCutchen. He tracks down a lot of balls in center field. Altuve moves away from it. It's a 1-2 count now. Trevor Crowe on deck. So the Pirates working hard in that 3-3 game in the 9th inning to get their 81st win of the year. And they're 1 in front of St. Louis. Foul back.
You know, for instance, and I'm thinking of Miguel Cabrera. Great hitter. Best hitter in the game. I don't think there's any debate. But a lot of people will say, but he's not a good third baseman. Well, based on what we saw, and he has 12 errors on the year. Not a bad figure for a guy playing all the time down there. We saw some terrific defense from Miguel Cabrera early in the season.
We sure did. He made a great play here. That's punched in the air and back into the seats.
I don't know that I could sit here and say, because I watched 6 games with the Tigers, that was representative of his season defensively. But what we did see was quite good.
They're happy they stayed.
No, I don't think there's any debate about Mike Trout and how good he is defensively in every aspect of the game. Starting to pick up his stolen base game here recently.
He ranks number 1 in WAR, I think, in the American League.
He does. 2nd straight year. And maybe it's fair.
The Reds beat the Cardinals 1-0 in Cincinnati on a 2-hitter. Homer Bailey the winner, 10-10. Aroldis Chapman saved number 34. Seth Maness the loser. So the Pirates have a shot at making their lead a 2-game lead over St. Louis. It's a fly ball to center field. Presley in to take this game to the 9th inning. It's 6-3. The Twins lead it.
And earlier today, several Astros players went and visited the 2 fire stations in Houston that lost firefighters in the deadly motel fire that happened back in May. They brought lunch to them. They brought framed jerseys with the number of the station number on the back of the jersey. And you can see here some of the pictures of the fun they had with everyone that was there, the families that were there. Josh Zeid said it was a very special time to spend with these heroes, and the firefighters even let him check out the station. They asked Zeid if he wanted to climb a ladder that went 100 feet in the air. Zeid opted out, but you can see here Elmore, this is Jake Elmore, and let's see, Josh Fields was there as well. Brad Peacock, they all got their hands dirty learning how to use the hose there, guys. It's pretty neat stuff.
Did LJ Hose get to try it out? No. But here's Josh Zeid now. And 6-3 ball game. He has 13 innings of work, 16 hits. Struck out 9, walked 8 with a 1.84 whip. He takes over in the 9th inning.
Limited opportunities, opposing batting average against at .302. Lefty's getting the worst of the deal.
Josh Willingham is 0 for 2 with a pair of walks. And he moves back. There's ball 1. Yeah, those fire stations have been through a rough time, losing their comrades, and they've had 4 firefighters with tremendous injuries. They've been rehabbing, trying to heal. It's been a rough year for them. So it's a good thing the players could get out and visit them. 2 balls, no strikes. After all, they're putting their lives on the line for those of us in this community. So it's nice to try to recognize them for that risk that they do take on. There's a shot going foul. 2 balls and 1 strike. The Braves beat the Mets 3-1. Chris Medlin went to 12-12 with a win, and Craig Kimbrell got his 44th save.
He's about as close to shut down as they come.
Really is, isn't he? Andrelton Simmons hit his 13th homer. Evan Gattis, number 16. Braves have really been ripping it at home.
They are formidable.
Would you say that they're the top team in the National League right now?
That's obviously a question that's loaded, but a great one nonetheless. I can't think of another club outside of the Dodgers maybe that has been that dominant. Of course, they've done it all season long.
Yeah. Fly ball to center. Barnes is waiting. It's out number 1. The Astros close out the homestand tomorrow against the Twins. It all starts with Astros pregame live tomorrow afternoon at 12:30 only on Comcast Sportsnet.
Of course, what I will also add there, we let the promo play through, is that all season long doesn't win you games necessarily in the postseason. It's how hot you are. And the Dodgers really, for me, have been the hot club over the past 2-3 months.
No doubt. Here's strike 1 for Zeid. And Trevor Plouffe, who is 3 for 4 in this game, has a 2-run homer. Well, the Braves have the best winning percentage in the National League. Foul back, no balls, 2 strikes. At home, they've won 20 of their last 24. They have the best home record in the majors, 51-19. So as of right now, they would get the home field advantage in the playoffs with the best record in the league. 1-2.
Maybe the only reason you couldn't say that the Braves are the hottest team is because they've been doing it all season long. It just hasn't been a break in the action for them.
Still a 1 ball, 2 strike count.
Yeah, that home record for Atlanta is as good as I think I recall seeing.
Yeah, that's one of the best in recent years. 51 wins at home.
51-19. Wow.
That is really fantastic. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The Red Sox were at home and they beat the Tigers and Max Scherzer 2-1. Scherzer is 19-2. John Lester beat him. He's 13-8, and Koji Uehara got his 17th save in the 2-1 win. That's a broken bat looper into shallow center field, and it's in for a hit. And Plouffe is 4 for 5. 7 for 8 in the series.
Now let's take a look at tomorrow's pitching matchups, brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. Liam Hendricks
As previously mentioned, we'll go to the hill for the Twins. 1-2, 5.13 the ERA. 25 career starts, going just 2-12. On the other side, Jordan Lyles, who does not pitch in relief tonight, will go to the hill. 6-7, 5.12 the ERA. In August, 2-3 with a save, a hold, and a couple of wins.
It's a well-rounded month.
That is.
Chris Colabello swung at it. There's strike one. Colabello's 1 for 3 with a walk. Glenn Perkins, the closer for the Twins, is warming up. The Astros have Crow, Carter, and Wallace due up in the bottom of the 9th inning. So the Tigers losing 2-1 to the Red Sox. And Detroit had a big lead over Cleveland coming into that game tonight. That's no big deal for them to lose at Boston. That's a strike, 0-2. The main thing is getting Miguel Cabrera healthy again. And he's been sitting out the last few games. Cabrera returned to the lineup tonight and went 0 for 4.
Bronny, getting back to teams that might be favored in the postseason, what for you might be the most important team stat that you would look at to indicate that this team is to be reckoned with come postseason time?
Well, it's great to have scored the most runs and all those things, but usually it's starting pitching that's the determining factor in a short playoff series. So we tend to look at the top 3 starters for a club. Who's dominant there?
And maybe it is that starting pitching, the pitching overall, as well as the offense, and that well-rounded makeup of a ball club that leads to the runs differential stat. And if you look at the National League, Atlanta leads in that category, but maybe to the surprise of a lot of folks, the St. Louis Cardinals are right behind Atlanta in terms of run differential, just 2 runs back, and well in front of the Dodgers in that regard.
Interesting. Swing and a miss there, and Colabello struck out. You know, if I had to pick right now, I'd pick the Dodgers over the Cardinals in a short series because of their top 3 starters we were talking about, and maybe a 4th. Ricky Nolasco has had back-to-back shutout outings for the Dodgers, but Wainwright now has had some rough times in recent weeks, and I would think the Dodgers have stronger starting pitching right now.
They also have Yasiel Puig, who is hurting a little bit right now, but when healthy and going can be a huge difference maker.
Clete Thomas for the ground ball to shortstop. Gonzalez with a toss. Altuve on that high toss came down on the base for the 6-4 force. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. 6-3 Twins. Our fares online only at Southwest.com. And by Jack in the Box. Go big at participating Jack in the Box with Jack's really big chicken sandwich combos for only $3.99 plus tax. We go to the last of the 9th inning. The Twins lead the Astros 6-3. It'll be the 3-4-5 hitters due up for both quarters. Crow, Carter, and Wallace. And here's the closer for the Twins, all-star left-hander Glenn Perkins. Perkins, a first-round pick back in 04. Has really had a solid season with a 2-0 record, a 2.18 ERA, 32 saves and 35 opportunities.
2.18 the ERA, perfect 2-0 in the one-loss record, and make that 54th outing on the season. Done a very nice job in this regard for Minnesota. 32 of their 35 team saves.
And the Twins, who've had that 3.11 bullpen ERA, have set him up well. They've been a pretty good team when they have the lead in the late innings. It's Trevor Crowe. He got a hit off the glove of Plouffe in the 7th inning and came around to score. He leads it off. He's 1 for 3. Perkins had a personal scoreless streak of 19 and a third innings. That ended just over a month ago. There's ball 1. Jared Burton went 1 inning. He allowed no hits, no runs, with no walks, no strikeouts. The Yankees came back to beat the White Sox 6-4 with a 5-run 8th inning. That's a strike to even the count at 1-1. Very big win for the Yankees. Boone Logan was the winning pitcher. He went to 5-2. Nate Jones lost it in relief of Chris Sale. He's 4-5. Mariano Rivera got his 40th save.
And Joe Girardi's trying to convince his closer to come back next year.
A line drive hit. Jake Thomas will field it in right, and Trevor Crowe's 2 for 4 in this game. How's he going to talk him into it? He'll have to get back all the gifts.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah, the parade's been going on.
The Yankees will wrap up the season, regular season, here in Houston. Chris Carter homered in the 2nd inning. He's 1 for 3. The Astros trail by 3. They have Brett Wallace on deck. Eduardo Nunez had a big 2-run double in that 5-run 8th for the Yankees. Carter looks at ball 1. Chris Sale could not hold a 3-run lead. It was 4-1 until Derek Jeter started things with a 1-out single in the 8th for the Yankees. It's 2 balls, no strikes. Jeter got 2 hits. He has passed Eddie Collins on the all-time list, moving into 9th place, 3,315. That's a big win for the Yankees. They move in front of Baltimore. It's 3-0. The Orioles lost in Cleveland 4-3. Cole Porter hoping something stirring is about to happen in the 9th inning. It's a 3-0 count on Carter. Three and 1. Joe Girardi said after the game tonight that Phil Hughes is being moved to the bullpen. David Huff will start Saturday against Boston, a lefty. 3-2, so that's the big series with Boston coming up for the Yanks.
I imagine Phil Hughes is a pretty good sized enigma for the Yankees and their fans. A guy that was regarded 2-3 years ago as the future of the pitching staff, that starting staff.
Here's a throw from Florimon and the turn by Dozier, and it's a 6-4-3 double play over to Colabello. 3rd double play of the night for the Twins.
We've gotten the ball into the hands of the second baseman tonight. Very nice and early, and Dozier then has had some easy turns to make. He just kind of casually moves this one on to first base.
So now Perkins, after that double play ball, faces Wallace. Wallace is 0 for 2 with a walk and a run scored. AT HOU's on deck. And strike 1 for Perkins.
Stay tuned for Postgame Live, presented by MD Anderson, making cancer history.
That one hit Wallace. Maybe the left hand. That's what's behind his back initially as he goes up the first base line.
just see it so often where the hitters will take it on the hand or the forearm, and smallish bones so susceptible to breaking. And you can see that's a good solid blow on the left forearm there of Brett Wallace. If you turn correctly back into the catcher, generally you stay away from those problems. You get started turning a bit toward the pitcher and you're in a rough spot. That fastball doesn't sound good when it hits body.
Dave Clark with a pat on the shoulder for Brett Wallace.
Is that a little of that rub some dirt on it going on right there?
It might be. 2 outs in the 9th inning. He can get some ice on it pretty soon, it would appear. Ho's 0 for 3. That's ball 1. That's the 3rd hit batter for Perkins this year in 54 innings. It's a strike that evens the count at 1-1. Over the Orioles now falling a half game behind the Yankees after losing at Cleveland 4-3. Makes their job a little tougher for Buck Showalter. Fouled away, and it's a 1-ball, 2-strike count. When you look at the schedule those AL East clubs playing each other in the month of September, it is difficult to try to make up ground. Rose takes a look at it, and it's 2-2 to LJ.
Well, make up ground, create ground is what the Red Sox have done over Tampa Bay here in the past 2 weeks. Tampa Bay had, I believe, a 2 percentage point lead back on, I want to say, the 21st of August. And that's just gone right down the chute.
Sure has. In tight, 3-2. Things have flip-flopped as well in the AL West. With the Rangers taking the lead, now the Athletics have been coming on, and they have tied Texas, so they are playing now in the 5th inning, tied 1-1, and in a dead heat atop the AL West. Line shot, the runner was going. That's a hit into right field. Wallace will get to third base on the single by LJ Hose. And the Astros stay alive with Brandon Barnes coming up, representing the potential tying run. Another opposite field hit for LJ.
Nice to see for LJ. It's been a little bit quiet of late. It's that fastball up and away. He's really good on that pitch. Hitting it on a line to right field, not looping the swing and hitting a lazy fly ball that way.
Brandon Barnes is 2 for 3 tonight. Drove in 2 with a single to right in the 7th inning. That pulled the Astros to within 1 at 4-3, and then they tried to pull off a double steal to get Barnes home with a tying run, but he was thrown out at the plate. And Colabello threw to the catcher. Foul back. Colabello had dropped the ball when they were doing the rundown, and then he was able to pick it up and throw home and get the tag. Big play in this game, and then Minnesota was able to add on with 2 in the top of the 8th. Barnes swings, and it's no balls, 2 strikes. Martin Perez is going for Texas tonight in Oakland against Bartolo Colon. Mitch Moreland hit his 22nd home run. Lance Berkman once again in the lineup, DHing, batting 8th tonight for Texas. Barnes to right field, deep to right, and this might get out of here. And Brandon Barnes has hit a 3-run homer to tie it in the bottom of the 9th. On an 0-2 pitch, he took it out to right field. Home run number 7. And that is a 5 RBI game for Brandon Barnes. It ties it at 6. The Astros were down to their last strike, and Barnes hit a bolt to right.
about that? Generally, you think you've got to get the head out and try to yank one to left field. But Brandon Barnes takes that up and away pitch like LJ Ho's, but this time, ball gets driven out of the yard. Wow. Ron Gardenhire not delighted over that one.
What a jolt for the Twins, and now it's tied with Marwin Gonzalez batting. Now ball to shortstop, Florimon throwing to first, and we have extra innings at Minute Maid Park. After 9, it's Minnesota 6, Houston 6. It seemed very improbable that this game would be going to extra innings. The Astros had 2 men on, 2 outs, trailing by 3, an 0-2 count on Brandon Barnes, and he ripped a line drive homer to right field to tie it at 6.
In the immortal words of Joaquin Andujar, you never know.
Boy. Well, the Astros put together that 3-run rally. It started with a Crow single, but he was erased on a double play ball by Carter. Then Wallace was hit by a pitch. Hose on a 3-2 pitch single to right. And Barnes on the 0-2 count homered to right. So now Pinto leads it off in the 10th inning. He's been on all 4 times with 3 singles and a walk. And Josh Zayed throws strike 1. And that gets Cozart off the hook. Side pitcher number 4 gets him to go for a breaking ball, and it's 0-2. Now looking back on it, Lucas Harrell's 3 shutout innings look even bigger. Side's in his 2nd inning of work. Caleb Thielbar, a left-hander, warming up for the Twins. Pitches up, and it's 1-2. The Twins have played 14 extra inning games. They're 7-7. The Astros are 4-4 in their 8 extra inning affairs. And that's a strikeout on a foul tip. Pinto makes an out for the first time tonight. 2nd strikeout for Zayed. Florimon's the batter. Pedro's 0 for 4 in this game. The Astros will have Clark, Grossman, and Altuve due up in the bottom half. The bunt is a good one. Zayed will flip out of his glove and roll over, and he got him. Finally, we got the out call from Andy Fletcher. He waited and waited and waited, and Carter had possession of it, and it's out number 2.
What was the delay about?
Not sure.
Was there some doubt as to whether Carter had caught it, or?
I think he was dazzled by the forward roll of Josh Zayed here. Check this fielding play, though.
I think he's looking to see did Carter catch the ball.
He caught it.
It's the only thing I I don't know. Who's got the ball? Well, if he doesn't know who had the ball, how did he know the ball beat the runner to first base?
That's a play by Zide. He was all in. And it's out number 2 now. Alex Presley. He hit that twice. He hit it as it bounced back up from hitting the plate or hitting the catcher, and then strike 1. So Florimon retired. That was a beautifully placed bunt, but Zide got it out of his glove as quickly as possible, and then he was leaning forward so much he did a tumble. Presley has 2 hits and an RBI tonight. He looks at a ball and it's 1-1.
Zide's gotten into a quicker pace here. And I don't know if it's coincidental working with Cody Clark, but also he's shortened that what had been very deliberate stretch move that went previous to tonight well up above the head.
2 balls, 1 strike for Josh Zide.
Maybe just trying to pick up a better pace.
It's 6-12-1 for Minnesota with 10 men left. 6-10-0 for Houston with 2 men stranded. Ground ball short. Marwin drops it, recovers, throws, and gets safe at first. Presley's called safe at first base by Andy Fletcher.
Could have maybe stood a little stretch from Chris Carter right there. See what we can see on this play. Marwin makes a nice comeback effort, and that's a pretty good call, isn't it?
Looks like it was a good call.
Now, had Chris Carter extended that stretch, you wonder.
That's an error on Gonzalez. Butted in the air. And here's a lunging play, but he didn't hold on. Cody Clark put everything into it. He got his mitt on it, but couldn't hold that bunt by Mastriani. Great effort by Clark.
He's been so outstanding defensively, but I have a feeling he feels like things are just not overall working for him. The bat can leave you feeling pretty low about a lot of things.
He's not letting it affect his defensive work.
No, that's great effort.
Just a collision with that brick wall back here.
You don't win that one a whole lot of times.
So head first. That would have been tough. And Bo Porter's at DEFCON 12 with regard to his catchers right now. Mastriani has a single and a sac fly. Goes over to first. Runner going. Here's the throw from Clark and the play by Altuve, and he got him. But he has thrown out 6 of 8 now, trying to steal. And he's a defensive force for the Astros. It's no runs, no hits, an error, nobody left. And we go to the bottom of the 10th, tied 6-6.
Brandon Barnes. There's the pitch. There's the swing. Right on the sweet spot. Driving it the other way. Brandon Barnes with a couple of strikes on him. Launches one to right field. That's your 2 outs in the 9th inning. 2-strike dinger to break the hearts of the opposition.
Barnes has had some big nights this year, some clutch hits and plays. That one tied it. Now can they win it? Pitcher number 6 comes in for Ron Gardenhire. He's lefty Caleb Thielbar in this 6-6 game in the 10th inning. Hitters numbers 9, 1, and 2 coming up against the lefty with a 2-2 record, a 1.29 ERA.
Yeah, left-hand hitters getting abused, but so are the right-hand hitters. It's been pretty well spread out by Thielbar.
He had a streak of 17 straight scoreless appearances, covering 19 2/3 innings. And that is the Twins' record for most consecutive appearances without a run allowed to start his career. 25 years old, from Northfield, Minnesota. Went to South Dakota State. And he pitched twice and got a win against the Astros in Minnesota in early August. Cody Clark is 0 for 3. Fly ball goes to left field. Mastroianni takes it, 1 out. Glenn Perkins in 1 inning allowed 3 hits, 3 runs. He hit a batter, did not walk anybody or strike out a man. Thielbar got the first man here in the 10th. Robbie Grossman faces him.
Yeah, sometimes as the ball comes off the bat, your first reaction is the trajectory is perfect. He just launched one for that first major league hit, and they're rooting for him. You gotta like what he's bringing to the club, but that bat he knows has got to come alive.
Strike 1 to Grossman. Grossman 2 for 4. Clark is now 0 for 17 to start his career. Batting average against Thielbar 157 is the 3rd lowest in the American League, 5th lowest in the majors. Time called by Grossman. Thielbar had a streak of 31 straight at bats by opponents without allowing a hit. Missing there. He goes to a 1-1 count. Big heroics by Brandon Barnes. 2 outs and an 0-2 count in the 9th inning. A 3-run homer to tie it. Now can the Astros capitalize on that and put it away? It's 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Twins have used Burton. They've used Perkins. Earlier, Feen and Dunsing. The Astros bullpen, though, a bit short-handed tonight. There's a shot foul. Still a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Jordan Lyles goes at 110 tomorrow against Liam Hendricks. Nine times the Astros have won in their final at bat. Inside for ball 2, and it's 2-2 now to Robbie Grossman. That's caught by the second Sacker Dozier for out number 2. I was watching Bo Porter. How many games have there been like this when the Astros seem to be about to go down and then they rally late? They've been battling club this year.
Well, for a manager, it's always something you look forward to. A club that doesn't give up, battles and battles.
Altuve's the batter. He's 0 for 4.
It'll be a short turnaround for the boys for tomorrow's game, and then hop on the plane and head west.
It's out to right field. Cleve Thomas with the catch to send it to the 11th. Tied at 6.
jerky all season long. Feed your wild side. 6-6 tie as we go now to the 11th inning. Brandon Barnes, 3-run home run, 2 outs and 2 strikes in the bottom of the 9th inning to tie this game up. Josh Zeid will continue to work it, and so will Bill Brown.
Thanks, Ash. We go to the 11th inning now. Mastriani, the batter. And there's strike 1 from Zeid. Zeid, pitcher number 4 for the Astros. He's stretching it out tonight. It's a 1-ball, 1-strike count, but there is a need for him to do that. The Astros relievers have been appearing frequently. That's into left field. Mastriani leads off with a single. His second hit of the game. And Dozier, who's been right there when the Twins have wanted a home run hitter. He is 1 for 5 in this game. Hit his 2-run homer in the first inning. Last night, homered and singled and walked as well. Well, Dozier is one of those guys that Ron Gardenhire probably would prefer at the plate in a situation like this. The hit for Mastriani was their 13th of the night. The Astros have 10 hits, each club with 1 error. Now Wallace moves in even with the bag at third, creeping in even further, and Dozier's around a bunt, puts it down, foul. There's strike 1. So the Twins playing for 1 run on the road here in the 11th inning. With Willingham on deck. Got a chance to chat with that gentleman wearing the sombrero before the game tonight. He's going down to Corpus Christi for the playoff games. He'll be down there tomorrow night.
It's not a golden sombrero, is it?
No, it's not. Well, twice Dozier cannot get the bunt down, and it's 0-2 now.
Trying to be a little too fine near that first base line.
Dozier has 3 sacrifice bunts this year. Josh Renicki's warming up for the Twins. Kevin Chapman's getting loose for the Astros. Way up. And it's 1-2.
Sign still being flashed out as if maybe a consideration for the bunt, maybe a hit and run. Of course, with 2 strikes, awfully hard to put either one of those on.
Boy, it sure is. I guess it's not shocking that Gardy would be playing for 1 run here on the road in the 11th inning, but still with Dozier, number 3 hitter, somewhat surprising, maybe to some. He hits it to left field. Coming back in a little bit now. Crow, as the runner tags at first. He's going. Here's Crow throwing to second, and he's safe. Altuve could not make the short hop pickup. So good base running. Mastriani taking advantage and moving to second on out number 1.
Gardenhire got his sacrifice bunt.
Yes.
It's exactly what this turns into.
Good point.
It really is aggressive base running by Mastriani. Everything goes right here for the Astros. They get a double play.
Well, the throw came up just a little bit short, a little bit offline. Mastriani at second base now with 1 out. That was the goal. And Willingham is the batter. Willingham is 0 for 3, has 2 walks tonight. Trevor Plouffe is on deck. That's strike 1. Zeid took a glance back at the base runner, Ash.
I was about to say, Bronny, I really like this change that I see in Josh Zeid, speeding things up, speeding up even his set position from the stretch. Just feels like it's lending to help for the defensive players.
Of course, all of a sudden, things slow down trying to pick up a sign.
Mastriani dancing off second. In for a strike, and it's appropriate that Zod look back because a steal of third here could be a real killer for the Astros. But with a secret weapon behind the plate, Twins have observed Clark's throwing. Swing and a miss, and Willingham's down on strikes. 2 outs.
I don't think there's any secret about it now, Brownie.
It's not a secret anymore, is it?
High heater. Very effective against big hitters, and Willingham has been that through the years.
38 pitches for Zide. 26 of them strikes. Trevor Plouffe has a big night going, a 4-hit game. Strike to Plouffe, a homer and 3 singles for Plouffe. Plouffe hit a 2-run homer in the third. Minnesota's 1 for 9 with runners in scoring position. Houston's 2 for 3. Swung. It's 0-2. Plouffe is 0 for his last 26 with runners in scoring position. He's had 4 hits tonight, but none have come with a man in scoring position. Bouncer to Zide. On to Carter. That's the 11th inning for Zide, and it's 6-6. And why not? He's worked 3 innings of 2-hit shutout relief. Came in the 9th inning. The Astros were trailing 6-3. And then with 2 outs and 2 strikes on Brandon Barnes in the bottom of the 9th. Barnes hit a 3-run homer to tie it. Zide has stayed in to keep it tied. Now the Astros will try to win it in the bottom of the 11th inning. And they'll have Trevor Crowe to be followed by Chris Carter. And Brett Wallace due up third in the inning. Caleb Thielbar came in the 10th inning. He had a 1-2-3 frame. Crowe's 2 for 4. Dodgers and Rockies are playing in Colorado. They're in the bottom of the 9th. Dodgers leading at 7-3. Josh Rutledge hit his 7th home run for Colorado. Crowe singled and scored in the 7th inning. Got another single in the 9th. He looks at ball 1. Plouffe is not too far from the line at third base. Here's the way the Twins look defensively here in the 11th. Chop. And here's Florimone charging and throwing. And a good stretch at first there by Colabello. 1 out. He really went out to snag that one.
Also a nice quick release, as you mentioned, by Florimone. That's really nicely done. Very smooth and efficient at shortstop. But Colabello has had a big series. Obviously tries to help his infielder out.
Chris Carter ripped a long homer in the second inning. He's 1 for 4. Brett Wallace out to the on-deck circle. And it's ball 1. In the Dodger game, Ricky Nolasco started for Los Angeles. And in 6 innings, he allowed 2 runs. Willie Chacin allowed 4 runs in 7 innings. It's 1-1. Yasiel Puig is not in the lineup tonight for the Dodgers.
Knee strain.
Michael Young is in the lineup for them. Carter on the check swing ruling did not go. It's 2-1. Bonus baseball tonight. 11th inning.
You're a generous sort.
Carter swings and it's 2-2. It always happens before a day game and travel day, doesn't it, Ash?
Well, I don't know about always, but it sure is happening this time.
A fairly high percentage of time.
You're the one that keeps records of things like that.
No. 3-2 now.
Me, all I have is the internet to check it up on.
Well, that's a formidable place to go for research, as we discovered much earlier in the evening. Thanks to Al Gore. Popped up. Pinto over. And Wallace moves out of the way. It bounces behind that screen. Keeping the count at 3 balls, 2 strikes on Carter. It's the top of the 5th inning in Anaheim. Rays 4, Angels 1. Awfully big game for Tampa Bay. Wesley Wright got in the game last night for Tampa Bay. Bud Norris pitched for Baltimore last night. Here's a little talk. Here's Pinto, the newcomer, chatting it over with his reliever, Thielbar.
Nothing like an 11th inning meeting at the mound in my book.
That's true. You frequently talk about the need for such meetings.
Yeah, but that's off air.
Foul straight back, and Carter stays alive at 3-2. Blue Jays are up on the Diamondbacks 6-3. They're in the top of the 7th in the desert. Rajai Davis hit his 3rd homer. For Arizona, Didi Gregorius hit number 6. Adam Eaton number 3. And then Barnes provided the 3-run game-tying homer in the 9th here. Carter strikes out. 2 outs in the 11th now. Strikeout number 1 for Thielbar. Number 5 only for Minnesota.
Did I detect surprise in your voice?
Well, yeah, but they are not really a strikeout staff, so it shouldn't be a surprise. They're dead last in strikeouts in the American League. Shouldn't be surprising at all. Wallace is 0 for 2 with a walk. He was hit by a pitch. He has scored 2 runs. Here's ball 1. And, you know, they have the leading shortstop in assists per 9 innings, leading second baseman in assists per 9 innings, so they get the ground ball outs.
So does that imply that they have great range, or their pitchers never strike anybody out? See, that's a there you go.
Some of both, maybe. 1 ball, 1 strike.
It's like in the NFL. All the experts will talk about the good teams rush the ball for over 100 yards every one of their wins. Well, is that because they had a lead in the second half and just tried to run the clock out? I don't know.
Could be.
In many cases, it would be.
2 balls and a strike. Most of them are not falling under the Woody Hayes influence, and they do pass a lot.
And seldom slug players on the other team.
Padres 2, Giants nothing at the end of 5 in San Diego. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, but that guy came over onto his sideline, man.
He did. And while on the canvas, get ready for the punch.
Wallace is down on strikes. The 11th inning has ended, and the game is tied at 6. In Houston, game 2 of a 3-game series. Day game coming tomorrow. Pitcher number 5 has entered the game for Bo Porter's Astros. They're ready to see the lefty Kevin Chapman. You can tell.
Are they?
Yeah. You know, they're probably talking about his fastball slider combination. In 13 games, he has an ERA of 0, and he has allowed a couple of unearned runs, but what an impressive start to his major league career with that whip of 0.72.
Well, he has allowed but 3 hits in 9 2/3 innings. 4 walks mixed in. Yeah, he's been mind-numbing, I think the ladies would tell you.
Well, Chapman comes in now for the 12th inning. Chris Colabello to lead it off. Colabello, who was the big man yesterday with 2 homers, 5 runs batted in, has a double tonight. He's 1 for 4 with a walk.
I'd say don't leave one out over the plate to this fellow.
That's down and in for ball 1. Josh Zide did a marvelous job. 3 innings of work for Zide. 2 hits, no runs allowed, no walks. He struck out 3. De Leon in his 1 inning allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, 1 earned with no walks, no strikeouts. That's a shot into right field. Colabello gets it going for the Twins in the 12th.
It would appear obvious to me that he likes the ball away, likes to drive the ball sharply to right field.
It's hit number 14 for Minnesota. Clete Thomas will be the batter.
Barrels this one up very well. Just feel fortunate he puts it on the ground.
Thomas entered the game in right field for Arcia. Now the Astros are talking about possible bunt defense, it would appear. Thomas will present that lefty on lefty situation, and if Ron Gardenhire was bunting with the number 3 hitter Dozier after a leadoff single in the 11th. We would presume he would be bunting here with Thomas after a leadoff single in the 12th. Lefty on lefty. Bo Porter out to talk it over. But maybe not. What's your guess, Ash?
This is probably about how to defend the inning here. Although he's spending his time talking mostly to Chapman. Of course, keep in mind that the pitcher is a defensive player. And where you want to be able to throw the ball, is there a chance that you can get that lead out at second base? Or, with that entire infield around, seems like it would be about how to play this in the event of a bunt.
Wallace is in tight at third.
I was going to suggest the other option has absolutely nothing to do with the bunt.
Just watching on that throw over to first base, Thomas did not slide his hand up on the bat. He has one sacrifice bunt. That doesn't mean he wasn't instructed to bunt, but he didn't tip his hand. Infielders crash. He's bunting. It's to Wallace. Wallace will throw to second. Gets the out there, and up above the sliding runner, Marwin Gonzalez gets out of the way. Colabello is forced on a very good play by Wallace from 5 to 6.
Well, like we suggested, it was all about the bunt and the possibilities that you can come up with. And clearly there was a full crash play by Wallace on the third base side. And some of that conversation to Chapman might have been about how to make sure and cover not only the first base side, but make sure a bunt doesn't get by you at the mound. And it looks like Chapman stayed there at the hill.
That worked well for the Astros. Now it's Pinto, the catcher, who has 3 hits and a walk. He's been on base 4 times in 5 plate appearances. That's strike 1 for Chapman.
Yeah, that's a nice aggressive play by Brett Wallace. That ability to charge and not hesitate, throw right away.
He's not played very much third base for a while now. In tight, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Chapman last night set the franchise record with that 13th consecutive appearance without giving up an earned run to begin his career, covering 9 2/3 innings. Came up from AAA Oklahoma City. For the Red Hawks, he was 1-2. His ERA there was 3.20. And he had struck out 61 there in 50 2/3 innings. It's a line drive, left field corner. Crow will play it off the wall. Stop sign at third. And it's a double for Pinto. What a night for Pinto. 4 hits and a walk.
Yeah, for the moment, that previous play by Brett Wallace prevents a run from coming across the plate. Yeah, this young catcher for the Twins looks like, in a limited chance to see him, looks like the real deal. You can see why the Twins have been raving about their young catcher and why they would consider moving Joe Mauer onto first base.
That looks like Ryan Domit coming out to pinch hit. Florimon is due up next. Florimon leaving for the pinch hitter Domit, former Pittsburgh Pirate. And runners are at second and third with 1 out. First base open as Domit bats. Domit's a switch hitter. Domit's hitting .239. He has 11 homers, 49 runs batted in. The infield is in. He's hitting .280 right-handed, .221 left.
For me, the insertion of Domit takes away the squeeze consideration.
Yeah, strike 1. Domit is 0 for 9 pinch hitting this season.
Florimon, on the other hand, might have left that option open.
Domit got into last night's game. Drew a walk and grounded out. Now Cody Clark goes to the mound. Dolman's a proven hitter throughout his major league career. Player who's done a lot of catching, but also with Pittsburgh moved to other positions. He was a second-round choice in '99. Hit 15 homers in '08 with the Pirates with a .318 batting average. He's driven in that runner from third about half the time. It's 0-2 to Dolman.
Waving at that breaking ball, but on the course of the season, much better against the left-handers than against righties.
He's out in front of it. Kevin Chapman traded in 2012 to the Astros from Kansas City. This one skips by Clark. And the throw to the plate, he's safe, and the Twins take the lead 7-6. Thomas scoring from third. And Pinto goes into third base. Pitch that gets by Clark. Wild pitch.
Another aspect of this wild pitch that's tough to take is that another runner moves into third base. That fastball just thrown in the ground, but not that far away from Clark. And that's the second ball on the evening on that side that gets on by. This one much tougher than the previous.
Now infield in. The 1-2 count, runner at third now. And that's in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. So that's the first earned run allowed by Chapman in his major league career. Dolman goes for it on appeal to first. No, he checked his swing, according to Andy Fletcher. And the count is full now.
That gets right about to the extent where you're still safe.
Well, the Pirates beat the Brewers 4-3. Then Mazzaro got the win. And Mark Melanson picked up his 11th save. Shot foul. Pirates got a run in the top of the 9th to win it at Milwaukee and end their string of 21 consecutive losing seasons. It's their 81st win of the year.
Well, that won't leave anything to talk about with the Pirates now.
Travis Snyder hit a big home run for Pittsburgh. That's ball 4, and Doma takes the stroll.
All of a sudden, Cody Clark is having a tough time.
Been a long night behind the plate. And he hasn't had a chance to catch the pitchers on this staff very much. Although he did at AAA with some of these guys, and Chapman was there.
Now you would think that a squeeze is a possibility.
Yeah. With Presley the batter, lefty on lefty. Doug Bernier is the pinch runner at first for Doma. He'll probably stay in to play shortstop. That's first and third, 1 out. Presley has a pair of hits, and he drove in a run with an opposite field double in the 8th inning. Twins are getting their signal straight as the runner at third confers with his coach there. Joe Vavra talking with Pinto. And Presley steps away. That was a pinch hit home run in the 9th by Travis Snyder, lifting Pittsburgh to that 4-3 win over Milwaukee. Beating Jim Henderson. Pirates activated Jason Grilli. Foul back. There's strike one.
You know, that reacquisition now of Grilli, I would think, would be the step that they've been looking forward to completely solidify the club again.
That's really going to be big for them. Mark Melanson has filled in well as the closer, but now with Grilli they have so much more depth in their bullpen.
By the way, these Twins with 27 sacrifice bunts coming into play tonight. The Astros lead the league with 41.
Pitch out, no squeeze on.
Well, there's the thought process going on.
1-1.
Surprise some people with who trails the Houston Astros next in line in terms of sacrifice bunts this year in the American League. The New York Bronx Bomber Yankees.
Really? That is a shocker. Pitch out again, but once again no squeeze, and it's 2-1.
Well, if you're inclined to put on the squeeze after 2 straight pitch outs, it's probably the place to do it.
Yeah.
Of course, it's also probably where Bo Porter says, well, it's the place to do it. Let's put another one on.
Line drive caught by Gonzalez at short. 2 outs.
Alex Presley is thinking, you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
This game can be so crazy.
He scalded that one.
While everybody's looking for the squeeze, he just hangs out the line shot, but right at a drawn-in infielder.
Now Mastriani's the batter. He has 2 singles and a sac fly tonight. 7-15-1 for Minnesota, 6-10-1 for Houston. The Twins have stranded 11. The Astros have left 2. And it's ball 1 from Chapman. The inning opened with a Colabello single. He was forced at second base on a bunt by Thomas. Pinto doubled. A wild pitch got Thomas home. Then a walk to Domet. And a line drive out. This one headed for the right field line. AT HOU's over. It's over his head and off the wall. 1 runner home. And Joe Vavra's going to try to score a second run. Here's the throw to the plate. Not in time. A 2-run double by Mastriani. And the Twins are up 9-6. It's his 3rd hit of the night. Second double, and 2 more runs batted in, give him 3 for the game.
A great little string by Chapman, not allowing an earned run, has come to an end, as you mentioned, Brownie. And sometimes when those streaks come to an end, they come in a big way.
3 runs home on 3 hits in the inning, and now it's Brian Dozier. Dozier looks at strike 1.
Nice hitting. Just out of the reach of AT HOU. You see that teamwork going on with get down at the plate.
Mastriani at second. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Dozier. Blue Jays are leading at Arizona. It's 6-4 in the top of the 8th inning. And the Arizona club led the Dodgers at the All-Star break, 2-1. Coming into play tonight, trailing by 12.5. Kirk Gibson looked a little bit exasperated in his post-game press conference after last night. It's a 3-1 count now. Rangers up on Oakland 4-1. They're in the top of the 7th inning.
I didn't realize Kirk Gibson was a guy who would wear his emotions on his sleeve.
There's ball 4. Dozier takes the walk.
Maybe I read that wrong through the years.
There's no evidence of that.
Yeah.
Wild card standings. Well, Texas, Oakland, they're tied for the division lead. So one tied for the wild card lead, or in the wild card lead as well as Tampa Bay. And then you have New York moving ahead of Baltimore tonight, and Cleveland and Kansas City in that wild card picture in the American League.
With what's going on with the Yankees, it may mean that Houston fans get to see Mariano Rivera as the Yanks come in for the final 3 on the schedule.
It certainly could. Strike 1 to Willingham. The Yankees have that opportunity, playing the teams ahead of them in the standings here in September, to move into the wild card position. But they can't falter a whole lot and get it done. Runner going to third, and it's foul back. No balls, 2 strikes. The Yankees, with a win tonight, are now 17-8 since August 9th. And they've averaged 5.3 runs per game in those 22 games coming into the game tonight. Prior to these 22, they were averaging 3.7. You talked about the sacrifice bunts earlier, so obviously they've picked up the pace, getting healthy players back in their lineup again, like Alex Rodriguez and Derek Jeter.
Prior to that, they had been a mess. They were not the Bronx Bombers by any stretch. But, you know, a lot of people have asked the question, is it fair that a guy like Alex Rodriguez, while fighting his suspension, gets a chance to play and give the Yankees this opportunity to maybe get to the postseason?
Yeah. August 11th is the day he got his first home run and run batted in. He's hitting .273 with 4 homers, 10 runs batted in since then. Not great numbers, but he's helped.
Not great numbers, but a whole lot better than what they were getting previously at that third base position.
They were getting about as much from third base as Gumby has given to any team he's been on.
Well, he was, until he got older, he was pretty good.
Good point. Very flexible, too. Ground ball, and the shift is on. Marwin Gonzalez there, and he gets it. And the Twins get 3 in the 12th inning on 3 hits. They lead it 9-6. Inning, and we have changes for on Gardenhire's Twins. The Astros will have Hose, Barnes, and Gonzalez due up in the bottom of the 12th inning. Here's right-hander Josh Renicky, 31 years old. In 56 games, he's 3-1 with a 2.96 ERA.
Right-handers and left-handers having a tough time against this guy. 220 overall the figure. 6 homers allowed in his 54 innings. That's a good figure.
He got the win last night with 2 hitless innings. Came in with the Twins trailing 6-5 in the 7th inning. They turned it around and they won it 10-6. There's Bernier staying into play shortstop for Minnesota. After pinch running for Ryan Domit. And we go to the bottom of the 12th now, and LJ Hose. Hose singled and rode home on the 3-run Brandon Barnes game-tying 9th inning homer. He's 1 for 4. Taking strike 1. Caleb Thielbar in 2 innings allowed no hits, no runs, had no walks, and struck out 2. It's out into center field. Presley with the catch, 1 out.
Brandon Barnes has had himself a very productive night. Dropped a single in. That came in the 5th inning. In the 7th, drove in a couple of runs. And then comes the big one. Brandon Barnes also trying to score on what would be a futile effort. But then the big home run, 2 outs, 2 strikes in the 9th inning. 3-run job opposite field to tie the ball game.
Now he leans back from it. It's ball 1 to Brandon. So 3 straight hits for him. A 5 RBI game for Brandon Barnes. Breaking pitch from Renicky. Misses. 2-0. Marwin Gonzalez on deck. That's in for a strike. This could be Renicky's 2nd major league save. He picked up his first one last year with the Colorado Rockies. Has an ERA of 0 against the Astros in 3 appearances this year. Popped up. And the fans get up for that one. It bounces way up deeper into the stands. It's 2 balls, 2 strikes. There's a scramble. There it is.
I was rooting for the girl myself. And she wins in the end.
Nice.
Yes.
Barnes looks at ball 3, and it's a full count on Brandon. Wasn't that a good gesture?
I beat this big boy to the ball. I was flying over those seats, Mom.
Barnes fouls it.
Yeah, that hurts.
Big time, doesn't it?
It's amazing. You see hitters get hit like that on a hand or an arm, and it's really rough. But you see that tough catcher take it, and he just stands there and takes it and ready to move on with the ballgame. That got him in a very solid fashion. Just get abused back there at times. Tough kid.
Rally Hankey.
What does that say to you?
That's ball 4. So he's bold. 1 out walk. He's not giving up. Doing what he can do.
Somewhere along the line, he learned that you lose the majority of your body heat right out of the top of your head, apparently.
Renicky has a base runner with 1 out, and Barnes is on for the 4th straight time tonight. Now Gonzalez, Marwin 0 for 2 with a walk. Jake Elmore comes out to the on-deck circle to hit for Cody Clark, who's due up next. That's ball 1.
By the way, I've heard that's a total falsehood.
Have you?
That's what I've heard. But then again, previous to hearing that, I had heard that it was true. So I don't know which one to go with.
You hear a lot of things.
I'm hearing your voice late into the night. I know that.
Some of them you don't want to hear.
Yeah.
We know that. 2-0. Thielbar in the 2 hitless innings in a position to be the winning pitcher if Renicky can finish the deal. He goes to ball 3, and it's 3-0. Twins trying to win their 8th in extra innings.
Guess what another walk here would set up?
It would set up Mr. Elmore pinch hitting with the potential tying run at home plate. 3-1. And then Robbie Grossman would have a chance to bat if things proceeded. Renicky is pitcher number 7 for Minnesota. That is a walk. And Ryan Presley is warming up for the Twins after the back-to-back walks by Renicky. Rick Anderson has been the pitching coach for the Twins for a long time. Now the pinch hitter has been announced. Jake Elmore batting for Cody Clark, who was 0 for 4 tonight. Elmore has been on the bench for about, well, more than 4 hours of this game. And he brings a .246 batting average with 2 homers, 6 runs batted in. At .315 on base average. As a pinch hitter, he's 0 for 6. It's a long time to wait to hit, Ash.
Just keep getting ready for different circumstances over the course of a ball game. Boy, every player who's ever played has been there, except for the big stars who just play all the time.
Back to Elmore. That means that Matt Pagnozzi will be getting ready to catch in case the Astros tie it. 1-1.
Stay tuned for Postgame Live, presented by MD Anderson, making cancer history.
Pagnozzi right there. Just joined the Astros today from the Atlanta Braves. Foul back.
Jake just got himself a pitch that, if you look in fastball in that 1-1 and you get it in or throw to the plate up, maybe one you could turn and drive.
Elmore was 1 for 3 in the Seattle series. He fouls that one back. He got a start at second base on Saturday.
He's an extremely versatile player. The latest revelation that he can play behind the plate and do it quite well.
Really came up with a rarity. He caught and he pitched in the same game. It takes, and it's a ball to make the count 2-2.
You know, I know there have been players, I don't know how many, who have played all 9 positions in a game. But aside from those guys, the novelty acts, I wonder how many guys have caught and pitched in the same ball game.
14.
That have done it without playing all positions.
9.
Are you just guessing now?
Strike 3 looking, and that's out number 2. No, I'm reading.
You want to throw another number out there?
I'm reading a note.
That pitch is a bonus call for Mr. Renicky right there.
Now Robbie Grossman. He has 2 hits and 5 at bats. Astros down to their final out. They've been here in the 9th inning. Brandon Barnes hit a 3-run homer, not only with 2 outs, but with an 0-2 count to tie the game in the 9th. Wonder if it can happen twice in one night. There's ball 1. We've seen Robbie drive some balls, batting left-handed. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jose Altuve's on deck.
I think Robbie had consideration for that fact with that swing.
22 pitches for Renicky. He threw 22 last night as well in his 2 innings. Now Rex Jones comes out. Robbie bothered by something here. Porter's not far behind.
Wow.
Here's something.
Yeah, Robbie takes a rather healthy cut right here. But yeah, you can see him body language there, and then the grab to that right side of the back says something wasn't happy with that swing.
Trying to get loose. Bo's looking for a pinch hitter now. Well, Matt Dominguez has been sick tonight. He has Pagnazzi available.
Pagnazzi gets his debut with the Stros.
Jason Castro has a cyst in his knee, and he's not going to be used. Presumably Dominguez, he might be home. They were going to send him home. So it's going to be Pagnazzi, really about the only able-bodied guy among the position players who can pitch hit here.
Pagnazzi, known for his defensive prowess. There's a throw down, nailing a runner, and he'll probably do it again. Yes, he does. That with the Rockies, swinging the bat here, driving the ball out to right center field. A guy that has not been known for the power game or the base running game, but that was a pretty good bolt.
He's been in the majors with St. Louis, Colorado, and Pittsburgh. 37 games. Just acquired in a trade today from the Braves, a .310 batting average in parts of 3 different seasons as a major leaguer. He was catching for the Braves AAA Gwinnett Club when acquired today in that deal. And now he comes in as a pinch hitter with a 1-1 count, 2 outs and 2 on. The Astros trailing 9-6 in the 12th. That's a strike, and it's 1-2 to Pagnazzi. He's the nephew of Tom Pagnazzi, one-time Major League catcher who was with St. Louis for many years. These Astros fans would love to see something from Pagnazzi here to keep this game alive.
I bet that heart is beating.
You know it. In the air and foul.
Get your debut with the club, and you head to home plate. There's already a strike on you. And then the guy paints a slider on the outside black, and now you got to go to work.
When he showed up at the ballpark, Bo Porter said, just go in the training room and don't leave. We have catchers who keep getting hurt here. We can't afford to hurt in any way. Ground ball. Backhanded. Bernier throwing across the diamond, and Colabello's there with the stretch to get it. And the Twins are able to win this one in the 12th inning, 9-6. They have now gone 5-0 against the Astros in the season series. Minnesota 9, Houston 6 in 12.